Hello, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world watching this tonight. I am Jonathan Hyde, and this is European Unite League, the mid-seasonal. You might notice I'm a little bit alone today, but don't you worry, that's not going to last long. Coming in for the second shift, we got some fantastic casters, but our players are ready, they're eager, they're waiting to go. So let's take a quick look at the standings before we get into game number one. Right at the top here, you're going to see Vaporeon haters in first place with a nice 4-0 victory there. And then All Mom Boozaloof going to be coming in 3-1 along with Dift. Rework Esport Core, you're also going to see they're 3-1, taking their first loss of the season yesterday, coming up against the fifth place Nasty Family. They got a huge gap at that, with that familial bonds we're able to do, and they're going to be up against them today. So will they get that revenge? Who knows? Electro Drifters coming in sixth place. TTAR on seventh. That's criminal. Come on, with a name like TTAR, you gotta be monstrous. But following it up, we're going to be having the Power Rangers coming in eighth place. TTAR Power Rangers looking to get their first wins on the boards. Now, the wins from today in the mid-seasonals will count towards the actual ranking. So come on in, get those gains on, and let's get into game number one. I am super excited because, again, game number one going to be Rework Esport Court versus Nasty Family. So that is something that I'm interested to see. We have consistently seen Rework Esport Core being at the top of the ladder in the EUL, and I don't see how, again, Nasty Family able to take them down yesterday. They're coming in for that revenge match as well. We're going to be coming into what looks like game number two here. Nasty Family going to be taking game number one as well. So we already have 5 Pokemon banned out from the previous match. Cinderace, Machamp, Trevenant, Eldegoss, Yveltal going up against the Blastoise. Oh, never mind. I got tricked. All. No, we get rid of those. All right, we got Yveltal coming in for the first pick there. We got Frygo and Azalito for Rework Esport Core locking in their Pokemon next. Frygo coming in with the best defender in the game, Snorlax. Then we got Blissey coming in there for Azalito. That's absolutely amazing there. And it is not the first game. This is game number one, so don't listen to Hyde. I'm just getting baited by production. The Madman Shabam, who hijacked the channel, is giving me false information. It's not my fault, guys. I swear. Okay, maybe it's a little bit my fault. Maybe it's a little bit. But Gunner going to be coming in with Zashi and Hoopa coming in on SPSZ. Naya and Ramoa coming in with huge picks as well. Crustle into Espeon. Clem and Revenge. We're going to be locking in all-rounder duo with Pawmot and Machamp. That's going to leave Callie to bring it up in the rear. 13 seconds left to pick something that could counter a lot of this. Lots of CC coming in from Rework Esport Core. Charizard Y, is that the secret sauce? Well, that's something that Callie's going to be looking at right now and locking in. Demonic picks all around. Now let's take a look at both teams as well. This is Fearless Draft today. So what does that mean? That means every single Pokemon you see on the board that both teams have picked, banned out for both teams. That's going to be 10 bans each. So a lot of power picks right away. Machamp, Blissey, Snorlax, Hoopa, Espeon, Crustle, all gone. Major damage Pokemon like Zashi and Pawmot, gone. We're not even going to get to see an infamous Pawmot Comfy Sweet Kiss combo, which is going to make old Hyde sad. But take a look at a little bit of the items. We are rocking XP share on that Blissey. We are also going to be seeing that Curse Incense coming in on that Espeon. We're saying, you know what? Any heals that might come out, we're just not going to deal with. And there's not a lot of stuns on the side of Nasty Family. So Azalito may be performing more for the eggs, serving up breakfast early in the morning for those of you who are still in the AM. And again, this is something that I'm excited about as well. Rework Esport Core, undefeated till yesterday. Nasty Family just comes up and says, nope, that win's ours, yoink. And they have an opportunity to take the lead on this one here. So they could go into a 3-2 scenario and start getting back higher onto that leaderboard. So that's something that to look forward to, and that's something I'm excited for. So let's see who's going to be going into that central path? It's going to be Rework Esport Core, your purple team, into the Nasty family on your orange team there. We're going to be saying Palma into that central path there. Charmander for the side of Nasty family. That is a little bit nasty. Also nasty going to be Hoopa and Snorlax going to meet in the middle. They said, we want to do the invades. Nah, they just sussed each other out and they said, all right, you know what? We can do a little bit of damage. SP. We do have that Hoopa going up against that Snorlax there, trying to take them down, trying to get them there, but Hoopa's just taking massive hits. Zacian's able to get in there, but the eject button over the wall. Nice plays there from Frygo. They're going deep into that central path. They're putting the pressure on Charmander. Up at the top, though, we do have Blissey going toe-to-toe with the Zacian, one of the strongest players in the game in this early on for the side of Rework Esport Core is going to be that Blissey Pound going to town on those Natus there. You got to watch out for that. But already we're able to back off. We weren't able to secure anything, but we were able to delay for a little bit of time. Charmeleon just getting online, but already we do see Gunner getting on top of Azalea, but it was bait. Palmo comes in, takes them down right before the Altaria Swablu spawns. We are going to see Callie trying to get in there, trying to get a little bit of anything. And we do see Nyack coming up top there, but it just wasn't enough. Callie goes down, positioning and power goes towards to Rework Esport Core, as now we're going to be seeing pivots into the central path. Both teams gathering up now. We're going to be seeing Nyack coming in, looking for an opportunity to snipe away of any of this experience there. Blissey going in. Now we're going to see Nine have to eject there. Didn't get very far. Now we're going to have Ramoa stuck right in there. Huge fire spin to try to support it from Callie, but it's not going to be enough. Frygo going for a quick power nap there with a little rest in a bush there. In the tall grass. My bad. It's not a bush. It's tall grass. It's a field. But Revenge, along with Azalito, are just dominating the central path. We look at 11 to 12, a lot of experience, or a lot of points there. Not huge difference there, but the experience tells a different story. But we have quadruple fives down here for Nasty Family. Nasty Family's looking to try to get in. We do have, by the skin of the teeth, Nyack comes out on top. Reggie Drago down to very low HP. It's going to be Machoke able to get that secure with that Karate Chop. Callie, 1 HP in the Dream, gets taken down by you on the Evil Tall. SPSZ is now also going to go down. Gets taken down by the Evil Tall. Quick 3 KO streak. Make that 4. Knocking on your door. 80 points now left on that pad, and we're going to bring it down to 40. 15 seconds left now until our lane objectives make it in. Nasty Family took a bit of a nasty beating from Rework Esport Core. They're going to be giving up that bottom lane there, but they're not quite committing there for Rework Esport Core. They're moving into the top side. They want to gather as a unit. They want to get everyone up there, and they got a 4-man army going in, leaving you into the bottom. Now up at the top, they're starting the Reggie Ice Rip. We already have Gunner straight on top of it. Ramova's going straight in. But the choke goes down. The secure from the Espeon, the double whammy combo coming in. And that's going to be all she wrote. Reggie Ice going to be giving their blessings to the Nasty family as they push onto this T1 pad. Azalito and Palma are right up there in the top, struggling to stay up. They're waiting for reinforcements there. Machoke comes in, finds Gunner, puts in a nasty submission on them there. Not able to get out. Palma jumps into the back there, gets right on top of them. They're about to tick into their Unite move. We are about to see a full zip zap full charge spark attack, but we're going to see Hoopa coming in. We get the vision onto the Regieleki. We do have it in. No, it's going to be the Evil Toe with its Unite move with the secure. We take down poor little Hoopa, force Hoopa to retreat, but take down Nyack. Gunner once again caught out. Man, this Machamp Clem is just being an absolute menace to Gunner. Gunner is like, listen, bro, I'm just trying to exist. And Clem says, haha, I know. We're going to make sure that doesn't happen very soon. Regieleki barreling down towards its T2 pad as we do have experience being grabbed by Rework Esport Core on that Palma and getting the evolution on the Machamp. The pressure is still strong. There's Nyack's caught out. Egg Bomb, Blissey coming in. Snorlax tries to stop it. Hoopa's able to get it into the home pad. They're able to get it back home to get that HP. Regieleki's coming in as Palma joins the fray. Zip Zap full charge spark attack coming in. Charizard with the Callie taken down. We have the Rebel Rouser coming in from Ramoa though, and we're able to get revenge on the stun. Crustle comes in with a nice X Scissor, and all of a sudden, Regieleki is very low HP. Frygo is gone. Machamp is right in there, but it also, as soon as they got in, is the sooner they got out. Regieleki goes down, and so does Gunner, though. But the Charizard comes in with a Seismic Slam. They're now collapsing on you. Yu's looking for KO, and Nyan trying to get any sort of value. Able to get it, but goes down to the 2 KO streak. As Alito says, I got a point in a dream, but the dream did not come true. What a fantastic fight. Both sides pulling every punch, and they can in the book, and just letting them wail. Frygo is now being a menace, hops onto the pad and gets away, almost like it was intentional to do that. Another Reg Ice appears in the top, though. We're going to see Gunner up in the top there as well, looking to grab that. You do see Revenge trying to get in there, but here we go. The Rings Unbound are coming out. We're keeping that pressure on as the Reg Ice buff is in there. Revenge is locked in. Power Nap comes out with a huge boost. Gunner's taken down. Gunner is gone. Now we're going to be seeing there goes Revenge. And all of a sudden a power shift as Azalito falls. Nasty Family pushing this T2 pad as hard as they can. 350 trying to get whatever vision to push this Machamp, this annoying little Clem, back. Regieleki secured by Yu, going back to the T2 pad. Tail has told us time. Reg Ice, Nasty Family. Regieleki goes to rework Esport Core. But Nasty Family just says, you know what? That's fine. We're going to handle it. Seismic Slant comes out there. That is a huge Sunlight as they take down Yu. Now it's going to be Palmot trying to get on top of it. Revenge wants revenge for their fallen comrade there. Regieleki does not make it into the pad, gets taken down. Frygo, 1 HP in a dream, gets that healing there. On fire, still goes in. Says, I can do it, boss. The team's like, no, bro, go save yourself. Get out. You have barely anything left. 3 minutes left remain in the match. 60 seconds now until Kyogre spawns in. Regidrago going to be going to rework Esport Core, trying to put that in the hands of Revenge, it looks like there. That is going to be Blissey with it. You know what? Blissey's got 33 points to score. Blissey needs it. Blissey needs that score speed increase there. But it's going to be 131 to 80, 40 seconds left until the main objective, 25 seconds until the last Regi Roulette comes in. Both teams praying it's a Registeel, especially if they want to go for it. Rework Esport Core actually not praying that. 15 seconds to go. They do not want that to be a Registeel because they are not there to take it. Meanwhile, Nasty Family is like, Registeel, Registeel, Registeel. They're making the chant. They're putting it in the work. They're gathering up top. They want this. Will it be Registeel or will it be another Regice? Of course it will be. 3 for 3. Regice says, you guys summoned me, right? But that does mean they give up pit control. Kyogre is about to spawn. And when there's got Kyogre, the game's not over. Now we're going to be seeing Rework Esport Core take a deep position. They're trying to catch Nasty Family out, and they go in for a nice X Scissor. There goes Nyan, taken down very early there, but Frygo taking a beating as well. Ramoa has to back off there. They still have the Seismic Slant in pocket. They're going straight for the Palmot. The slow comes in. They're trying to go for it, but there goes the Bliss Assist. Callie's caught out. They're trying to use the walls to get away. Put the pressure down. Keep the fire going. Meanwhile, over in the bait, the Frostbow comes in. It's you. You on the Yveltal gets the Kyogre. This game may not be over yet, but it is Nasty Family coming in with the white flag, waving it down as they lost Gunner and Ramoa. They said, you know what? That's not going to happen. We can't defend that. They take game 1. But you know what? That's a lot of power picks off the field. This is all-star draft, which means, yeah, best of 3 scenario, match point and Rework Esport Core's favor. But Nasty Family could still bring this about. What a game, what a set, what a match so far. You coming in with the MVP along with Callie for their teams. Not a lot of points scored, but you know what? They didn't give them an opportunity to dunk all those hundo burgers at the end. Azalito, 89k heals. That's insane. That's incredible. That's what Blissies do. They just able to knock that out. Palmo, Revenge, coming in with the 77k, and Callie putting in the work, 89k. And who'd have thunk Ramoa coming in with 60k damage on that Crustle. That's insane. Coming into the battle report as well, you can just see early lead here from Rework Esport Core. Once they got to their point threshold of 131, they just said, you know what? Let's just farm. Let's just deny them. Let's starve them out. And it didn't really work all to their advantage, but they were able to get an early position. They gave up the Reg Ice, which was arguably Nasty Family's downfall there. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen coming into game number 2. So that, because again, we still have that game number 2 scenario coming your way. Should be exciting. Now, it is important to note that Nasty Family took Rework Esport Core 2-0 yesterday. So today, different story. Rework Esport Core coming in with a 1-game win, putting them in match point. So no matter how this is going to go, the best that Nasty Family could hope for is a 2-1 victory. They got to come back on the 2-0 sweep. That first game, that was just to get certain Pokemon out of the roster. Now is when the show begins. And you know what? I would love to see some of my favorite picks coming in. Duraludon, Tyranitar, Sableye. I'm going to advocate for those all day long. But let's look at reality, folks. They're not going to get them. I'm not going to get them. But instead, let's take a look. Mamoswine, number 2 defender in a lot of playbooks here for All-Star mode. That is a Pokemon that is most assuredly coming out. With Crustle Snorlax off the table, it is a powerful Pokemon to pick. And that might be something that Nasty Family has to bring out right from the get-go. That is something they can't really hold off. Again, we have match point position for Rework Esport 4, which is absolutely insane to think about this early on. But, I mean, somebody had to do it. It's game number 1. Somebody had to be a match point after it, you know? That's kind of how these things work. But we're also going to be looking at some of these other all-rounders as well. The champ may be taken out of the book there. But Buzzwole, Mewtwo X, a lot of these Pokemon that are able to put a lot of CC, drag a Pokemon in, render them immobile for a long time, rank them away from their teammates, you know? These are powerful Pokemon that could replace Machamp in a way. We still have Ceruledge on the line. Ceruledge, very, very strong Pokemon. We could even go to Ice Lane. Alolan Ninetales with the Mamoswine, Suicune, Articuno still on the board. We still also have Moltres, very, very strong diving Pokemon there. And of course, Zapdos, if you want to bring that in. But Espeon is gone, but also notably, Sylveon still on the table. Those buffs have been massive. A lot of teams building around it, trying to bring it back in. So it could be something that we do see today as well. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen in this draft mode coming in. Because again, there's so many options, so many opportunities to bring in a lot of these unassuming Pokemon. I mean, Inteleon is still on the table, and nobody's really bringing it in. It is a dominating force, but it's also easy to shut out. When you see a Crustle on the other team, those walls, they could actually be detrimental. You don't want to risk it, so you're like, but, you know. So, I can understand that, but Crustle's gone now. Crustle's gone. Those walls can interrupt your Fell Stingers. Now it's just, can you get the body block in? Decidueye did take a little bit of nerf onto the Spirit Shackle build, but is still a very strong, secure Pokemon. Maybe you want to go a little bit crazy, run that Razor Leaf Decidueye, build around it. You know, a lot of people are like, we ain't going to do that. But it does work sometimes, especially in a format where the other team's not expecting it, which is what All-Star Mode is. You want to bring a strategy that other teams are not expecting to try to get the jump on them to get those early games. Try to leave power picks in your position, in your roster. And there is still a lot of good Pokemon on the board. Even when we look at supporters, Clefable, Wigglytuff still on there as well. Great options to come in for supports. Latias still on the board as well. Powerful Pokemon there. Great support with damage mitigation there. Umbreon and Vaporeon for the tanks are still on the board here as well. Lots of healing, lots of CC disruption, lockdowns as well. We do still have a little bit of Greedent, little bit of Goodra action, which we did get to see some Goodra early on. So that is still an option to be. If you want to be an absolute menace, if you want to be a troll to the other team, if you want to drive them insane, Greedent and Goodra may be your go-to picks. But the draft is here, and Mega Lucario going to be the first ban for Nasty Family. 5 seconds left. Going to be Azalito in the control spot there. We're going to say, who are we banning out? It's going to be Psyduck. We never talked about Psyduck before, but I'm just one man. I'm a one-man army. I kind of forget the duck exists. But the duck is a very, very strong Pokemon in terms of being able to output a lot of stuns, CCs, and damage mitigation with its Sai. Don't want to be on the receiving end of that. Nasty Family must have heard the call. They said, you know what? You're right. Mamoswine, second best defender. We're going to ban it out. We don't want that in this thing. Snorlax is gone. We're going to ban out that Mamoswine. And you know what? You made a good point, Hyde. Umbreon's still on the board? No. Umbreon is gone. Deleted. Alligator out of here. Revenge. Looking at that Pikachu. Looking at that Darkrai. You know, there's still some good picks on there. Suicune. Azumarill. Ooh. Meganium. Typhlosion. Typhlosion is actually a decently strong pick. But no, we're going with the Mew. Mew is one of the top picks there for these attackers coming in. And they said, no, we don't want to deal with it. Not yet. Going into a game 3 scenario, possibly. But you know what? This is our match point position. And Rework Esports Core said, get out of here. That's going to put the first pick in the hands of Ramoa, who's locking in that Blastoise. Very strong disruption, very strong CC, but more importantly, very strong engage. Hydro Typhoon into an eject button, surfing a target out to try for a pick, locking them up against a wall with a hydro pump there. Or if you want to get spicy, go in there with a nice little rapid spin. Now we do a Skeleturge into that Alcremie. Strong duo there for the side of you and Azalito. That Skeleturge, you gotta watch that Unite move coming across the map. That thing doesn't stop. Legend says it just keeps going infinitely. But we're going to be countering that with an Eldegoss. Great healing on Eldegoss there. Lots of strong buffs that came in for it recently. Eldegoss putting in the good work as well. Already got that Rescue Hood. Also getting some buffs. Lots of healing coming out of SPSZ. That's going to be huge there. And Callie's going to be looking to capitalize on that with a Blaziken. Now with 2 seconds left, Clem and Frygo locking in Baby Lucario along with Lapras. Not Mega Lucario. We just got little Luca over there. And that's going to be strong. That's going to open up opportunities for E-Speed. That means Nasty Family's got to watch out for how they group up, especially if they bring in a squishy attacker, which is Naya is looking to do. With Espeon off the table, anything could come in there. They're looking at Inteleon, Decidueye, and it's going to be Desi coming in. And I like that Desi too. Desi's got that Cursed Bangle. That is going to help mitigate any of the healing that Azalito is going to be outputting there. But we do have double Curse Incense as well from both Azalito and Frygo coming in. And doth my eyes deceive me? Are we seeing a Gengar? We're seeing a Gengar in today's economy. Where is Tano when you need him? Tano, brother, Gengar's coming out. Revenge is looking for revenge. They want to 2-0 Nasty Family, and they want to do it with your main man, Gengar. But Gunner's going to be looking to clap back with the Quaquaval as well. They said, all right, listen, you can only ban out so many ducks. And you banned up the yellow duck, so we're going to bring in the blue duck. You got blue ducks? That's what we got. Gunner coming in on the Quaquaval, and it is going to be running with Drain Crown, so you got to watch out for those auto attacks. They are going to allow it to heal, and they could be significant. Double all-rounders into double healing now as well, because Blaziken has the Blaze ability that gets the healing up and stuff, so it's a good thing we got those Curse Incenses there for on the Alcremie and on the Lapras there, because they are able to output a decent amount of pressure with those, especially in the early game. So hopefully that's going to equal to some nice quick KOs. Going into the Central Path, if I had to guess, it could be anybody. Although I got to say, maybe the Decidueye goes into the Central Path, maybe Quaquaval. I think Blaziken's going top there. But in the Central Path, there's only one guy going, and that is going to be that Gengar. Gengar's going in Central Path there for the side of Rework Esport Core. And you know what? I got to think Callie's coming in too. Callie's going to go in with the Blaziken on that Torchic, get that level 5 on Combuskin, and they are indeed. Going up to the top side, though, is going to be Little Duck and a Little Flower going up against the Big Dog and a Little Cream. And on the bottom, we got Crocodile and Nessie, 2 legendary creatures. A prehistoric real one and a prehistoric fake one going up against an owl and a turtle. Come on, guys. Listen, I know you're millions of years old, but do you really think that's a little bit fair picking on such little younglings? I mean, I'm sure a turtle. I mean, it's a turtle. It's a turtle. It's not a tortoise. That's not a 1,000-year-old grandpa. That's not Oogway over there. That's a little baby turtle. And you guys don't pick on it. My goodness. My goodness, indeed. But we are going to be seeing huge clears now as Combustion's able to hit their level 5 before we're able to see the Haunter. Combustion's coming in, grabs a quick KO onto that Indeedee, but Rework Esport Core says, all right, that's fine. You go ahead. You can have that fire chicken. We're going to take your turtle, and we're going to go home. Revenge coming in as well on that Haunter, waiting in a bush. They kind of know where it is. They're looking for that hypnosis there as well. Gets picked off by the Blaze Kick. Rolls Revenge down to low HP. Rework Esport Core doing good work there, being able to keep their Haunter alive. Revenge going in for the double Citrus Berry. Now is coming back, looking for quick KOs. Combustion's already gone. And now with the turtle gone, with poor little Frygo gone, that is going to be it. Or not Frygo. Poor little. Oh my goodness. Woo! We're getting names mixed up already. It's because they swapped sides, folks. It's because they swapped sides. We're like, it's the purple team, so it's got to be the Frygo. But no, they swapped sides, so we're a little bit confused there. Wake up, Hyde. I know it's still the AM, but come on. But Callie's looking for a quick clear of the central path, but it's not even their own central path. They're just trying to deny the Gengar. We do have Callie online there as well, but they don't have the Unite move. Quick KO from Rework Esport Core. We're not able to get the assistance from that Eldegoss. Weren't able to get up there in time. That is going to allow for Rework Esport Core a positioning on this Regidrago. Now they're going to be moving into the central path, into the bottom path, to make sure that Nasty Family is going to be kept a little bit distracted there. Lucario coming in as well. Little Luca with the E-Speed, denying the Blue Ducks final evolution. Wasn't enough to stop it though, but we did get the Clown Croc online. Yu is here. They're ready to snarl. They're ready to hyper voice. Callie has to back out. They're fully online there. They are a Blaziken, level 8 with Night Move. That means they have access to all 6 moves in their kit. Revenge is still sitting at level 8, looking for their level 9. Put the Hypnosis to sleep there as Callie is able to get out. Forced to take a Citrus Berry, not quite able to get there. The pad is gone. Revenge goes in for the KO, takes down Callie, gets the evolution, and now they're Gengar. They go into the Phantom Ambush. They're looking for the Blastoise. Huge hit, but the Surf comes through. Not enough, as little Azalito is able to say, you know what? That's my guy. You can't take him. Regieleki in the basement. That means Reggie Roulette into the top there. We don't know which one it is yet. Quackball is already going for the rip, but Lucario goes in with the E-Speed, presumably claims the once more Reg Ice. That's insane that it's a Reg Ice once again. We are 4 Reg Ices in a row this set. You know what? Maybe we'll see 2 more. You know, it's still possible. Just because you see 1 doesn't mean you can't see 2 more. Now we're going to be 55 to 213. Rework Esport Core running away with this as a snipe and a half comes out with a Dream, and that Dream missed everything from you. You slowly coming up, trying to be useful, but pad is gone. Rework Esport Core is now pulling away. You caught out. Now they're running back and away. Massive damage coming their way potentially as the Decidueye's looking to Spirit Shackle it down. Not able to find it and use, able to actually get away. Rework Esport Core pivoting into the basement now, trying to collapse here, looking for this Quackle looking to get on Gunner. We're going to be like, hey, listen, Brent, didn't we teach you this lesson in game number 1? We got to teach it again to game number 2. And Gunner's like, ha ha, teach me what? I'm the one that taught the lesson. Now we're going to see Clem come in level 10, massive level 11 on Revenge there. Triple 10s though over on the side of Nasty Family, so they may be lacking 2 Unite moves on their Eldegoss and their Blastoise, but they are still keeping up with experience, keeping it going there. Callie coming in, letting that experience go to SPS Fed, letting them get closer to their Unite move. Now we're going to be seeing Nyack turn around quickly. They're like, all right, there's a possible engage there. But Rework Esport Core, mostly in the basement. Now they're coming up. They're very quick as the Lapras Express comes through. They find the Decidueye, knock it up, take it down, and it's gone. Now we have poor little SPSZ running away. Don't have their level 9 yet, but they do. As they tick into it, there goes the Cotton Cloud Crash. Unite to survive. That means they will not have it for this engagement there. They opting to not take the KO. Going to be another Reg Ice! 5 Reg Ices back to back! And you know what? Fun fact, all 5 Reg Ices went to the orange team. You know what? I think it's Reg Ice and Orange. Something about it. I think Reg Ice is trying to tell us something, guys. I think he's trying to say, I don't want to be blue anymore. I want to be a little orange guy. I want to stand out from my Titanic brothers. Nasty Family, though, able to take a huge KO there on Azalito and Revenge. They're going to be coming into the central path there, but there goes you. Huge snipes coming in. Not going to be enough. They're pushed up against the wall, and they just didn't get there. Callie said, you want to go back? Well, we're going to take you back. Go back to Nurse Joy. Go back to the prehistoric age where you belong. Nice grab here as well. 40 points coming into the top for Clem. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left in this game. 90 seconds until we see our big, bad objective hit the board. That is going to be massive, as now Regilecki is going towards the T2 path. Rework Esport Core now putting enough pressure on it to just kind of keep an eye on who's there, keep a little vision, but there we go. Frigo goes in with the Lapras there, trying to keep Callie and Gunner locked in. We are going to see Regilecki advance a few bit more, and there it is, the huge place kick going to be pulling it in, but Rework Esport Core opting not to do it. They found the Decidueye. They said, you got a Decidueye, we got a Lapras Express. They go for it. That was targeted, bro. I don't know what we did to what Naiad did, but Revenge and Frigo were like, Decidueye's gotta go. No matter where we are on the map, no matter where you go, a Lapras Express will always find you. That's a reliable service right there. 30 seconds now as we take a massive fight in the Nasty L against Nasty Family. 3 seconds left here. Who is going to be the last Reggie? We get to see it's a Reg steal. The curse is finally broken. 5 Reg Ices back to back to back for the orange team, and we finally get a Registeel spawn, and nobody wants it. Nobody wants the Registeel. I guess Reg Ice, everybody is just like fighting over Reg Ice no matter what. To be fair, though, Nasty Family that is how they did get got in the first game. They gave up pit control to grab that top side objective. They do have a lot more secure, a little bit more engagement as well compared to the last game, so that's exactly what they're going with. There's the Surf trying to shut out. Already Azalito is gone. Unite in the pocket, but Gengar is able to find the Decidueye. That's their secure. Gone. Callie's nowhere near the middle. Blastoise comes in with a 2 KO strike, but it's Gengar with the Groudon. The Groudon has spawned, and the game is certainly on, but oh my gosh, there goes Gunner taking down Blastoise going in for that 49 cap. Moa doing whatever they can to try to get on the board and keep things even, but when their team respawns, it's just not enough. Also, Naiad, I don't know if you'll get this warning in time, but Frigo has a Lapras Express in the pocket. They've already clapped it. They're looking for it. Oh no, they're just gathering in the central path there. They're already ready to flex. It's a minute to go. They burned their Unite moves, and still, Nasty Family is still in this game. They could regroup to come back in, but with the Fluffy Cream Supreme in Azalito's pocket, that's going to make a pad push of any kind really hard. They're going to see Frigo there. Surf's going to go in, not lock down Frigo as Ramoa's trying to get in there. 40 seconds left. Lucario with 100 points. Gengar with 100 points. This could be all but seals the deal for the side of Nasty Family. Rework Esport 4 said, we didn't like yesterday. We didn't like what happened. We're going to clap back in this with a 2-0. Overheat comes in, misses everything in a mile. Frigo being like, all right, brother, you can take me. Psych! Can't have me yet. Frigo finally going down after being a demon for 30 seconds and a half. And that is going to be all she wrote. 10 seconds to go. 570 to 261. Too much time. Not enough time. Too much distance and too many point differentials. And that's going to be Rework Esport Core coming in with a clean 2-0 victory against Nasty Family. Revenge has been theirs. And what a great thing to happen, too. Like, you see these rivalries between teams. You see how it goes down. And, yeah, Rework Esport Core was like, no. We need to be back on the number 1 team. We need to be back at the top there. Being a number 4, that's not our style. And yeah, Revenge coming in with a clean 8 KOs there, 6 assists as well. Going to be the MVP. Meanwhile, Ramoa taking MVP for their side, 4 KOs, 6 assists coming in for their side, and that's amazing. We had some really good engagements for Ramoa. but we also had a few misses as well. But look at Frigo, 104k damage taken on that Lapras there. That is massive. And Nayat, 69k. What a magical number that is. Could have been more, except Frigo targeted him twice. Not once, twice with the Lapras Express from the other side of the map. Like I said, I don't know what Nayat did, but that seemed personal for the two of them. So it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to go down, how this is going to come out and shake out into the second half of the EUL. But oh my gosh, what a set, what a magical ride that this has been. That was Nasty Family and Rework Esport Core. And I'm excited to see what other sets are coming your way. But to set that up, guys, we're gonna have to take a quick break. So grab a snack, come on back, because we're gonna take a quick break. And when we come back, we will find out who will be up next. And we are back, and in case you didn't realize it, unlike I did, that was actual live gameplay happening today between Dift and Electro Drifters, and what a finish. 4-point match. Professor Mush almost held the line quick enough and would have done it too if Meowth didn't have that Kyogre buff. So holy heckin' wowzers. But that's not all, because I hope you're ready for more Dift action, because they're coming up for game number 2 today against Oman Buzalov. And that is going to be it. Dift's going to be your purple team. Oman Buzalov going to be your orange team. And we're already going to say Yveltal and Umbreon going to be banned out from the get-go. Getting rid of these two nasty dark-type Pokemon. But already Beach says, you know what? Nah, Blissey got to go too. We don't want to see any of that anti-CC, none of those heals. Nachos comes in and says, all right, get this Skeletor's guy. We don't want it there. Gonna mess with the cheese consistency. You know, we don't want to see that. Meanwhile, Jirari going to be locking in the Yellow Duck. We didn't see a Yellow Duck in the last game, and now we're not going to see one this game, but we might see a Blue Duck. Right away, though, game number 1, the best defender in the league so far. Gone. Snorlax, get out of here. That does leave Crustle and Mamoswine still on the board. Diff saw how devastating a Mamoswine almost could have been for them moving on, so that could be something that they lock in by there. But Cascade coming in with the Feraligatr, prehistoric era from the Johto region coming your way. Meanwhile, Traffy's looking at being the last pick of the team. They want to be that anchor. They swap with Meowth. Get on that Mew. Meowth is a devastating Mew. Don't make them angry, because they will clock you. Mbok, though, coming in on the Hoopa. Hoopa is a very popular pick, especially coming into game number 1s with a nice team pivot with its hyperspace hole into its Rings Unbound. Or if you want to get a little tricksy, go for Trick. 2 staple picks coming out from Diff, though. Links on that Mamoswine. They said, you know what? We saw what it almost did to us. We're going to pick it and get it off the table nice and early, so it's not going to be that devastating last-minute Pokemon. Beach coming in with another nice early-game Pokemon, Espeon. These two in the lane, devastating. Lots of secures, lots of stuns. You don't want to be on the receiving end of it. Jirari coming in with a nice Crustle pick. Ickless looking at the Sylveon, but could be moving into the Latios. Could be adios, Latios, after game number 1 there. But they said, it's gone. We're going to be looking at some speedsters now. It's going to be Talonflame. Guitar, meanwhile, though, picking up a nice tank for Oman Buzalov. Going to be that Blastoise. Nachos coming in with that Zacian pick as well. We saw Gunner pick that game up. Gunner pick that up game number 1 in the last set, and we're all going to see it again. Game number 2, Traffy coming in with their infamous Greninja. They are not playing around, folks. That Espeon's got to watch out. Take a look at the curse holders now. It's going to be Hoopa and Espeon. So Mbok and Beach going to be putting that cursed incense to use. Any of those pad heals, they're going to be gone as well. Now, I do like the way that Buzalov has come in with their engage options with the Blastoise there, but they are a little bit limiting there, because we do have both the Espeon with that Psychic Solaire as well as Mamoswine being able to pick Pokemon up and set things up as well with the Crustle. Double tank coming out for Dift. Dift did beat Oman Buzalov round 1 of the EUL in a 2-1 scenario, but Oman Buzalov not unfamiliar with being in that scenario, because they are our 2025 EUL champions. So yeah, you're gonna have to be careful when you're coming up against this, because Oman Buzalov is looking for revenge. They do not want a repeat of what happened earlier on. Now it's going to be Cascade and Lynx going to the top side. It's going to be that Talonflame into the central path there. Going to be that Zacian going into the center there as well, with Traffy going top side with that Hoopa. Already going to be seeing Mbok getting clocked here And we have Traffy looking to try to put some pressure out, but Cascade not able to secure the KO. Eject button out from Mbach, able to get away. We're going to see stuns come in, but the Mama Swine, the little swine of Little Lynx is just too strong. Brokey going to be able to secure that though, but they are able to monopolize a lot of these Natus. Now we're going to have Lynx coming up there as well. That's going to be huge. Trying to get that level 5 on the Mamoswine. Trying to get level 5 onto the Crocodile there. But the poor little, poor Talonflame, poor little Fletchinder caught out by itself. Tried to go for the birds. Got sussed out instantly. So that is something that they're going to have to be on the mindful of, because that could be devastating for them here. Now we see Jirari having to pick up a nice little citrus berry there, as the 850 birds are already gone, deleted, but only 6 points on the board. Nobody scored anything yet. So stacks are still lacking, and Mefill is still Mefilling. So they're going down to the basement there to link up with their Blastoise there. Meanwhile, Jirari's being an absolute nuisance, trying to get that red buff, trying to get that Excavalier, not able to do it. They are slow as all heck. Eject button over there, but Zacian just kind of dives over it like it's nothing. Jirari doing everything they can to just kind of stop them, drag them in, be like, hey man, listen, I could use some help. And poor little Lynx up there said, you know what? I'm not going to go do it. I got to stay with Cascade. You got yourself into that mess, and you get yourself out there. Meanwhile, Iclit's going for a 30 cap there. Going to try to get their first stack on the board here, as well as Mbach trying to stop it in. Not going to be enough. Couple of quick stacks now for both players, as they're able to start getting those attack weights up. Massive points for them. Now we are going to see 35 seconds now out from our lane objectives. Where are they going to be? Will we see more Reg Ices on the board? Will they dominate? As Jirari is taken down, Link's trying to go in there as TTAR trying to get off the pad in one piece there. Huge hits there as well, as poor little Zacian is trying to get away. Mefill trying to zone in as well, but all of Oman Buzaloof is just going to be very low HP. They gotta be mindful of it, but TTAR looking for their level 7. Traffy up in the top there has to contend with a mean Feraligatr, and they're going to take them down in a 2 KO streak along with Mbach. Talonflame going for the secure, able to find it with the fly there. That is a great job from Iclitz. They tried to base there, but they realized, you know what? We can just push this in. Regileki's able to connect. More stacks for Iclitz in the top side there, the bottom side there as well, as we're now going to be starting to fish for our level 8 release. On the top side, though, that is going to be a Reg Ice buff. Oman Buzaloof. So that's going to be another Reg Ice on the board. They are plentiful today, at least for the stream. Cascade and Lynx for a pick there. They're able to find it. There goes Mefill taken down. Now we're going to be seeing that Zacian go in with a Sovereign Sword. Quick charge up. Not going to be using it, just kind of canceling it. But the Traffy Mbach duo comes in for the 2 KO streak. Taking down Diff, pushing them back, regaining control of the central path, and putting 40 points on the board. Now it's not just a goose egg, it's a 4 and a big old goose egg. Now we're regrouping up into the top. Both teams looking for an opportunity, as Oman Buzalov's putting more points in the bottom. Mefill with a nice 22. And then we're going to put 30 more in from TTAR. Oopa almost just ticks away from getting into Rings Unbound, finally getting it. Now it's capable of transporting its team anywhere on the map, anywhere you need to go. Hoopa's got your back. Lapras Express, this is better than what any Lapras could provide. Traffic going to the up and the top there, going toe-to-toe with Lynx. Going to be trying to get whatever experience they can. Mbach just kind of keeping vision, just kind of hanging out, going a little bit AFK, if you will. But they're getting crucial vision there, and they're going to be able to see Iclitz there. Now they're going to be able to link up with their own Zacian as well, and that's going to be huge. Traffy's now away. Nice surf through. That's going to get the cooldown reset. 3 members of Oman Buzalov in the top there, but we have 3 members of Diff in the bottom. They're pushing hard. Yes, we do have 15 points trying to go in there, but we do have Beach trying to get to 35. We do have the Zacian coming back down here. Bam! Sovereign Sword coming through. Going to be picking up the KO. Knocking down that Espeon. Comes in with a Rubble Rouser there. Jirari trying to get away. Not able to find much in the way as Blastoise with the tricky Mbach trying to get TTAR. They're trying to take him down. Too much HP. Rubble Rouser wasted, not able to find it, and is going to find a KO on itself instead. Now it's going to be Mephil and Mbach going down to the basement there as well with the Regieleki. Link's ready, right there, ready to meet them as Cascade's now joining them. This is a dynamic duo that you got to watch out for. And now we're going to see Beach coming in. Psychic Solaire comes in, completely misses everything as they're able to get out. Not what you want to see there, but we do see Jiraiya make it up. That is going to be 4 members of Diff in the basement as Ikelis is looking at that cap of a cheeky 50 points, but Traffy's not going to have it. They're already sussing them out. They're onto him. But there we go. Beach goes in for the secure. Onto that. Massive Rings Unbounds going to pull Traffy into the basement there. Regieleki secured for Diff. They're trying to put the pressure down and go back, but 50 points goes in as Ikelis now making their own way down into the basement to help their team the old-fashioned way, the old basin walk. Buzulov able to get massive KOs and massive value out of this engagement, but took too much damage. Not able to get as much value as they had hoped for, forcing themselves to back out. Now they're just looking to get as much experience as possible. Nacho's taking up a lot of those Swablues and Altarias there as well, linking up with Mbach. And we're going to see Jiraiya coming in the basement, trying to do whatever they can to dissuade Buzulov from trying to get onto that pad, being like, listen, I'm not alone. I'm a Crustal. I got backup. I've sounded the alarm. Meanwhile, that's all a bluff. Diff is a 4-man army into the central path. They want those Swablues and Altarias, and they're looking to try to take Mbach next. Mbach just says, no, you can't have this berry. This is my berry. I'm going to eat that. I'm going to trick. I got speed boosts. I'm going to move away. And now there's going to be another Reg Roulette up at the top. What's it going to be? Is it another Reg Ice? It is another Reg Ice! Man, we have had 7 Reg Ices and 1 Registeel today. That's all I'm saying. When it comes to stream, 7 Reg Ices, 1 Registeel, and 1 Regirock. You know, out of all of them, there's so many Reg Ices. Like, how is this possible? How is this possible? What is the ratio that determines one of these? Because it feels like Reg Ice is getting the favoritism from Timmy. But Kyogre is here, and the game is certainly not over. Traffy is in a deep position away from their team in the basement, further away than what Ikelis is for that Talonflame. They're looking for their targets, trying to figure out where they're going to be. Nacho's going in deep, baits out Blinks on the Mamoswine there, but forced to eject over the wall, not able to find anything. Jiraiya taking massive damage from Mephil's Solar Beam there, but Traffy holding the patience there as Ikelis joins the fray. Ikelis goes down, looking to grab the Mew. Mew goes in with the Mystical Mirage, still looking for their main target there. Traffy's able to find it. There is Beach. Beach is popped into Aeos Energy. Drop route. Jiraiya is going to be popping that Rubble Rouser as well, but Cascade's getting pushed around by this Blastoise, which is Rapid Spin. Mammoth Binge comes out, goes into the Sovereign Sword. Jiraiya goes down, but Lynx picks up Nachos. Going to try to take them down. That is going to be Mbach gone here as Talonflame tries to find the KO. There it is. Cascade comes in with a 2 KO streak. Hydro Typhoon into the Water Burst. Shuriken's going to claim 2 KOs though. Diff is going to be losing Cascade and Lynx. Oh my gosh, that took my breath away. So quickly did Ikelis come in, get the double KO. Mbach trying to come in and stop them. Not going to be able to get that Hundo Burger in from Ikelis there. But Beach says, I might have a different story. Never mind, I saw who's off there. Now we got to get away. Electro Ball comes in. It's going to be Diff taking game number 1. Ooh, that was so shocking. I had to take another drink there, folks. That literally took my breath away. I was so shocked. I was like, was not expecting, what? Spit take? How did that happen? Oh my gosh, you gotta watch those Talonflames. It was literally just a back and forth of Traffy and Ikelis doing this dance, trying to find where they can get an opportunity in there. And my goodness, dance they did, and Eichless came out on top in this case, which was an absolutely devastating defeat for Oman Buzulov. But it's only game number 1, folks. There's still a best of 3 to go through, and there's still a game number 2 to get to. Oman Buzulov could still bring it back, but Diff wants to clean this up in the 2-0 victory that they were denied in round 1. Oman Buzulov says, we are the champions. We take out 10 Pokemon, they're already gone. Now we're going to come back. We're going to do that 2-0 sweep that everybody's been waiting for us to do. But my goodness, look at Cascade. 78k damage, bro. That's it. Like, what are you doing? What are you chopping? Why are you chopping so much? Although Qatar, Nachos, Mifil, all rounding out around the same, around 50, 55, 59k damage there. Traffy on the very low end with 37, along with Eichless on the low end of 40. But these folks, they were just doing the dance. They were looking for their targets, and they had huge impact in every engagement that they did. So, wow, holy heck. And again, when you look at the scoreboard here, we were able to get 92 points scored very quickly going into that. But we just weren't able to score more beyond 92 for Oman Buzulov. Diff doing a great job, not just scaling their score throughout the match, but keeping their pads well defended. Didn't even break a single pad on the side of Diff. They had, you know what? We got 4 pads up plus the home pad. That's 5, baby. That's all we need, and that's all we're going to get. Game number 2, though, a lot of power picks gone. Mamoswine, Blastoise out the door. Now, do we have a Hoopa? No, we don't. Hoopa is gone. Crustle is gone. We have some crazy picks too. Talonflame, Greninja, they're out the door as well. So when we come into an all-star format, how is Diff going to clutch this out and just say, this is going to be our 2-0 victory? And how is Oman Buzulov going to come in and say, we're going to make this a match point game for the 2 of us, and we're going to go to a game 3? Oman Buzulov going to be taking that first pick, and that means we are going into Groudon. So that means right away, Psyduck, Snorlax, get them out of here. If they sound a little sus, they're getting out. Blissey, Eichless says, we're keeping that. Get out of here. We don't want to see that. Beach, hovering the Ho-Oh very briefly says, we're going to go with a different legendary bird and taking out the Yveltal. We don't want to see the Dark King of Despair, which is Yveltal, because it is still very powerful. Hasn't had its first nerf yet. So listen, like, that is a very strong Pokemon. It's an attacker with an execute. All right, that's insane to see. We're going to be rounding it out with Umbreon and Machamp. 2 great utility Pokemon taken off the board. Traffy going to be in that first pick position. We're going to go to Mifil. Mifil says, give me the Croc. The Croc's banned, Mifil. What do you mean? Feraligator's already gone. The Clown Croc. And Mifil's coming in. That's a great sniper. When you take that Mew out of their hands, then you're going to give them a raucous rampaging singing voice. That's how Mifil's going to do. They got that hyper voice, they got that snarl, they got that fear factor. But Jiraiya, Cascade, they're not scared, they're not intimidated. They're going in with that Trevenant and that Moltres Wombo combo Trevenant, that nasty Ghost Tree there. Lots of CC, lots of stuns. If you're going to have a Pokemon like this, you definitely want Blissey off the board, and that's going to open opportunities for Cascade to dive into the back. Moltres is just a very strong diver. But even though Mamoswine is off the board and so is Crustle, Snorlax banned, what does Qatar say? We saw some Lapras action. So Lapras going to be making the comeback. Are we going to see a targeted advance on somebody there like we did the last time? Poor Nayat, may your Decidui rest in peace, brother. But yeah, Mbach coming in with the Elder Goss as well. Beach and Link's going to be rounding out with some nice supportive tank Pokemon. Sylveon going to be able to output a lot of pressure with damage with either Mystical Fire or with that Hyper Voice. Link's coming in with the freezing on that Suicune. Nasty, nasty stuff. Again, if you're going to have a comp like this, get rid of the Blissey. You don't want them to pick that up. That's going to counter everything you're trying to do. But Nacho says we need a Mega Pokemon. This is Pokemon Champions action now. Every team has to have a Mega, and that Mega is going to be Mega Lucario. Traffy coming in on the Absol. Going to be sticking to that sneaky assassin Pokemon there, but Eichless going to go counter toe-to-toe with them with the dreaded Valerian Rapidash. Rapidash, a very fine Pokemon coming in there. Going to be able to just get to the back lines with that Smart Strike, put that Dazzling Gleam action in. Can even isolate Pokemon a little bit, similarly to a Mean Look with the Triad Blitz. Absolutely, you get caught in that, you're gone. You're donezo. Better make sure you have the Midnight Slash. As for our Curse users, we have noticeable on both Moltres and Suicune. Sylveon not running it, but only one Curse user for Omon Buzalok. Going to be the Lapras. Eldegoss not running it. We don't have Skeledirge running it. We don't have Bangles on Traffy or Nachos. So only one Curse element for the side of Omon Buzalok, two for the side of Diff. They really want to stop any of those healings coming out from Mbach. And there we go. Game number 2 is underway. Omon Buzalok going to be your purple team. Diff coming in as your orange team. They decided to swap sides a little bit. Going to be Traffy into that central path there. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing the Ultras on the other side in the hands of Cascade. Down in the basement there, we are going to see no invades. We're going to see Mephil and Katar meet up with Jirari and Beach. We're going to be looking to try to get that, but Beach takes massive damage for not even getting the KO. We're getting run down by Katar, taken out by the Whirlpool. That leaves Jirari in a dream. Can they get out? They manage to pop the passive. They get that ability of healing coming in, but they're able to stay alive. Omon Buzalok not able to claim the second KO. One KO is still massive enough as Cascade comes into the top, though. The Pretty Pink Pony is going to be linking up with Lynx there, and now they're going to be coming in now. 20 seconds until our 850 birds, and we're able to find a KO on Beach, on Jirari once again as Traffy rotates into the basement there. Cascade going to be scooping up those middle birds there, trying to get Traffy out. Lots of massive damage there. Traffy's down to half HP. Able to find the Solic Berry to keep the speed going. This is not Kyogre, which means those are not citrus berries. Those are Solic Berries. Increases your movement speed. Cascade putting a crap ton of pressure down as well. What a great job from them, pushing Omon Buzalok away. Now they're rotating back into the top to link up with Lynx, allowing their own Rapidash to get online. They said, listen, bro, you got to do something. You can't be a Ponyta forever. One of these days, you just got to grow up, man. Can't be living in Neverland forever. But now we're going to be pushing into this top pad here. We do not have level 5 on Nachos yet, but we are about to tick into it. Traffic coming up top, and that's going to be Lynx gone. Cascade alone. Are they going to be able to hold the line to get into the pad? That's exactly what they need. As we are going to see Ikelis coming to the top there. We're going to be looking for the Dazzling Gleam, and boom! Able to find Mbach, take them down. That is going to be huge for the side of Diff. Meanwhile, Katar is going toe-to-toe with Jirari, and Jirari just says, bro, I don't want anything to do with you right now. I'm a little too low HP. Psych! I got Sylveon. I'm going to back up, bro. Dad, that's what I thought. You'll see a gathering of Titans in the middle as Diff goes in there. We're going to see Lynx pick up the Reggie Drago. Mbach and Nachos going to be up in the top there alone, waiting for Traffy to make the connection. They're trying to push them in, trying to keep them on their side of the map there. Not going to work, but Traffy goes in there, and now we're going to see in the bottom here, Katar is trying to keep Jirari at bay, but Ikelis and Beach are just down there putting the pressure down. No KOs. There's Ikelis returns to go to the top since Traffy's up there, and now we're going to see a stalemate into the bottom path, and now as we lose our stuff, what? Traffy's looking to try to get that KO, trying to stay alive, able to hit the T2, to catch Ikelis out. They're trying to get the KO. 1 HP is going to do it, but the distraction worked. Registeel in the hands of Diff, and that's the Diff difference. And finally, first objective of a match, not Reg Ice. Just saying, it's a miracle, folks. We finally did it. Now it's going to be Jirari with Beach down in the basement there with the Regieleki. They're trying to get whatever they can back up there. They're trying to get whatever experience they can, but they are a little bit lagging behind. They got to find something there. Jirari is still only level 7 as we hit. Never mind, level 8 corrected. The Beach is still only level 7. Never mind, corrected. Now we got level 8. Oh my gosh, they're trying to make liars of me. Now we're going for points. There's Ikelis is just wailing points in. Small points a little bit at a time, but that's all you need. It says, you know what? Girari needs to score too. We need the help of Reginald Leckinold now going to be playing for the side of Diff, going towards this T1 pad here as Mifil's trying to come down and put pressure down on it alongside TTAR. They're doing a valiant effort, holding both the Regieleki at bay and trying to hold Diff at bay. Splitting them up as traffic comes down. Beach is in trouble, but they're going for Girari. We do see it connect. Girari scores. His goal is complete. The T1 pad is broken, and Diff is celebrated. But the celebration was short-lived as traffic comes in, goes with the Midnight Slash, takes down Eichless and says, brother, no. We're going to go for the nice quick back cap there on the T1 pad. We want to, the back clap cap is what I tried to say there, and I failed that miserably. But Qatar is going to go down here as well. Traffic able to get out because we had a great response from Diff, able to just come in and shut that down. Nachos taking no time at all to eventually become bigger than Cascade, reaching almost at level 11, and boom, Cascade is gone, outmanned, outgunned. And Reg Ice appears once more. Once again, we see another Reg Ice. What's that going to make it now? 8 Reg Ices to 2 Reg Steels and 1 Reg Rock. That's how that's going to go. But this time, the first Reg Ice didn't go to the orange team, so that's another curse broken. 196. This is a 4-point game. Diff is all too familiar with this type of scenario there after what we saw the last time that when they went up against Electro Drifters. But it's going to be Traffy taking out Girari. Now we're going to be looking to take down Eichless, and that is gone. Now we're putting the pressure on the T1 pad. Boom. Trying to score 16 and be like, wait, can we get more in? We have 40, we have 50. We're trying to get this done. Maltras comes in with a massive boom from its Unite move. Not going to be able to stop it there as we are going to be looking for the 50. There it is, the 46 over. Massive lead now for the side of Oman Buzulov. Now we're going to see the Fairy Frolic come in. We're going to be taking down 2 members of Oman Buzulov. Now we're going to be looking to try to take down Qatar. Qatar is just trying to stall for time, allowing the team to retreat and take whatever experience they can along the way. Scorched Earth tactics for the 3 KO streak for Eichless. Eichless and Traffy just going toe-to-toe, tit-tat on the KOs, on the damage, on the impact that they've had in this match. Although Traffy is the first to hit that level 13, although Eichless not far behind. They know exactly what they need to do to reach the thresholds they need, and now they're going straight for the Regieleki as the Midnight Slash comes in, and Eldegoss claims Regieleki for Oman Buzulu. That is going to be huge. It's barreling now towards 65, that 65-point pad now, and that's exactly what you don't want with Diff, because that means you have to take the time to rip the Regieleki while you have to deal with an annoying Qatar, because my goodness, look at them down. They just keep healing, they just keep sustaining, they just keep stunning. And that means we're going to allow Oman Buzulov into a power position in the top to take this final Reggie Roulette, which is going to have an impact on this final Groudon fight. So, 2 seconds, 1 second, it's a Reggie Rock! We got one of each, folks! That's amazing! That's amazing! Reggie Rock is now going to go in the pocket of Oman Buzulov. That is not going to be enough time for Diff to really make a difference with being in the pit. Level 14 on Traffy, though. Double 11s, double 12s. Meanwhile, we are lacking on experience from the side of Diff. They try to go for a deep position with their tankier Pokemon there. They managed to suss Beast out, put Girari in a little bit of a bubble there, but they don't know where Girari is. Girari comes in behind. They're looking to grab the pick there. They go in with the Horn Leech, not able to find it, but Qatar takes massive damage. Eichless tries to get in there, but they're not able to clutch it out, as we do see the Lapras Express. Triad Blitz comes out as the Cotton Cloud Crash comes up. Beach is now getting pummeled by close combat as they're taken down by that huge Mega Lucario. That's 2 members of Diff down as well, and Oman Buzulov is looking to try to make it 5. Diff trying to find a way back in here, but the rip on Groudon has been slow and unfocused. Oman Buzulov just doesn't know what they quite need to do. Eichless is now down, but 2 members of Diff that were originally KO'd back up. Now, Oman Buzulov doesn't need this. It's 150 to 96, but a quick score into the top could change tides here. Could shift changes of the wind in favor of Diff. Going to be screaming out all of their lung power with Beach with that hyper voice. We're going to see We're going to see the close combat come out there, not going to be able to find anything. As we see Jirari try to make a connection there. Cascade goes in deep, tries to find Mifil, misses everything as Mifil's just running around, praying and spraying and being like, no, don't get me, team. Where's my tank? And Cascade got sussed out. The panic swirls did matter. Eichless is all alone, left on the board, all by themselves. They're doing everything they can as Traffy now moves to score 100 points to try to seal this game. 30 seconds left, 226 to 96. I don't think they can get it there unless they hard focus this crowd on there, which TTAR is not letting go. They're taking them. They said, we need to score, and we're going to go do that. 15 seconds left. Beach interrupts their master plan there, and we're not able to get these scores in. Cascade joins them, and they said, no more points for you. Fine, you want to take the win? Take the win, but you're not getting any more points. And no more points did they get, but Oman Buzalov takes game number 2 in a very dominating performance right at that Groudon fight, right when it mattered too. They had Diff on the back foot the entire time, and that was amazing to see from both teams. So what's that mean now for us? It means we're going to a game 3, baby. Yeah, that's right. You get Hyde for at least one more game. We're going to a game 3. We're going to lock that in and get that scenario down because TTAR are going to be picking up the MVP along with Jirari. The tanks picking up the MVPs for their team, as they should. They were menaces. I'm curious to see how much damage it was that they took from both of them, because they were just up in everybody's business, just being like, no, I'm there. 69k damage taken by Jirari, 87k by TTAR. Literally, the way they were in there, I thought it was going to be more. I thought it was going to be like 120, but that's still massive damage. Mbach coming in, 77k tank, but Eldegoss rocking 106k heals. That's insane. Take a look at the score path here. We're going to see that Oman Buzalov just stopped scoring around the 6-minute mark, didn't really care, and then just put a few more points in to round them up to 150. Meanwhile, Diff stopped a little bit earlier around that 5-minute mark. They hit that 96 points and were not able to get any more points in. That was a great defense from Oman Buzalov to keep the pressure on Diff, to stop them, to make sure they had a man intercepting them wherever they tried to get onto that pad. It was absolutely breathtaking to see. As we know, they took my breath away in game number 1. Didn't quite do that game number 2, but it's still a good set. Although I just want to take a look at the healing there. Mifil, 378, only 0.2% of the teams. Meanwhile, Lynx with the goated 0% of the teams healing. Did not need a heal. They said, not for me. No, locked out. We ain't doing that. And so, yeah, now I'm excited to see how a game 3 scenario is going to go. This is going to be insane. So I'm excited to see how this is going to happen, what's going to lock down, what teams are going to pick, because now it's not it's not just 6 Pokemon. It's not 10 Pokemon with 6 bands. It is now 26 Pokemon that are about to be picked off the board going into game number 3. Diff going to be in that first pick position. So we're going to see which map they're going to want to take now as well. Oman Buzalov going to be in that second pick position, being like, all right, listen, you may have taken game number 1, but we are the 2025 champs. We can do this. We're going to show you why we are the champions. And Diff is be like, well, we're named Diff, and we're going to show you the difference between you and us. And yeah, that's the trash talk the Hyde is putting in the mouths of both teams, because that's what we like to do here. We like to simulate a little conversation going on. But 10 massive bands, key Pokemon, Espeon, Crustle. We're going to see Trevenant gone, Sylveon gone. We're going to see Mamoswine out of there. We see Blastoise, Hoopa, Lapras, Eldegoss, Mega Lucario, and Greninja. Some of these top Pokemon that we've seen in the picks, some of the top Pokemon we've seen in these individual players, already used, already gone, not able to be used to fully commit to the 2-0 grab that each team would prefer to have, but game number 3 will decide it all. Yveltal and Blissey are going to be banned out for Diff, and now they're going to be looking at Jirari being like, Cinderace, you got to go. Meanwhile, Psyduck and that Charizard also going to be banned out, along with Machamp. What does that leave? That means both Umbreon and Snorlax are on the board. Girari going to be locking in that Umbreon. It's going to leave Oman Buzulov to lock in Snorlax for Qatar if they so desire. Qatar's locking it in for sure. Mbach, listen, I saw some people hover over some Tyranitar. Let's bring Tyranitar in. But Mefield says, Inteleon needs to shine. Game number 3, Inteleon, let's rock it. Dift coming in. Listen, Dift brought Empoleon into game 3 against Electro Drifters and won by 4 points. They also did it with a Meowth as well. Maybe we could see something similarly on Orthodox coming in from the side of Dift. We do see that that Lynx is going to be coming in with that Alcremie, and we see Cascade lock in a mighty Garchomp. Garchomp's going to have a really devastating early game, so you got to try to set it behind as soon as you are able there, because that Alcremie, once that Alcremie links up with it and starts supporting it, it's going to be absolutely monstrous. Traffy looking at what attackers they can bring in there, as long with Nachos. Nachos says, you know what? Urshifu, Mimikyu. Now we're going to go with the Blue Duck. Yellow Duck is banned, but we're going to bring the Blue Duck in. Mbach says, you know what? We need some AoE heals. Vaporeon was on the docket today too. Could have been picked that, but no, we're going to go with the classic. We're going to go with the OG AoE healer, Clefable. That's going to allow Ikelis to pick up that Meowth. Mefield's got to really watch out. Meowth has, for a speedster, it's got lock-on moves. It's able to lock on to your Tukas and is able to just take you out if you're not careful. But in case you really wanted to go for the Mefield, Traffy's right there with another high damage Pokemon with that Dragapult. Meowth is going to have its hands full because Garchomp is not going to be able to lock these 2 Pokemon down very easily. It's going to be up to Girari. Maybe we can lock him in with a foul play. Maybe we could do it with the mean look there. Don't know. But Girari's got to get very close in order to do that. Let's take a look at our curse healers. We got absolutely nobody except Beach on the side of Dift. Zapdos coming in with some long range sniping there with those Zap cannons. Meanwhile, on the side of Buzaloof, nah. We see an Alcremie. Nah. No, Alcremie put it on too. Alcremie's got that curse incense there. So no heals. Heals going to be mitigated for the side of Oman Buzaloof. But Oman Buzaloof says, nah, bro, you can have all the heals in the world. That Alcremie ain't going to make a difference, according to them. No curse bangle, no curse incense. They didn't want to have anything to do with that stuff. So coming into game number 3, that is the teams. And what teams they are indeed. Like, we got some nice early game from both Cascade and Lynx going to be up on that top side there. We have Girari. Look, if they're able to hit that Umbreon there, that's going to be devastating as well. But we got great secure on the Sobble. We've got good secure on that Snorlax there. So those lanes are going to be absolutely impactful for their teams. Oman Buzalov already off to a great start, sending both that Garchomp and that Milcery up into the top to go with Quaxley and that Clefairy. Clefairy already trying to wrap around for quick early stack there. Meanwhile, Snorlax already putting the pressure on Zapdos, trying to push Beach off. Meanwhile, Girari's trying to get away from Sobble. Mefield putting out a lot of damage, a lot of pressure. Discharge from Zapdos, but it goes for the water gun secure. That was so strong. 19 points trying to go in, but we're not able to stop it. The heals are just too strong with Girari. It may be a tiny little Eevee, but don't underestimate that brown little fox. Up at the top, though, everything just seems to be dominated by Diff sides there. We're going to be seeing that massive mighty Garchomp. Meanwhile, Traffy trying to figure out where to go, trying to figure out what it is they want to do. Meowth's going to be cleaning up the central. Not-To's there. Going to be saying, you know what, those are mine now. Meanwhile, Traffy's coming into the top, but that is Ikelis ready to go. Massive damage on it, though, and we're going to see some heals coming in from Lynx. Lynx coming in with the most broken healing move in the game, capable of healing a Pokemon from almost 0 to 3/4 full. In some cases, it's insane the amount of work that it's able to do. Down in the basement, though, 8.5 minutes into this match there, the 850 birds are gone. And that means that this is going to be massive play for Oman Buzaloof. putting the pressure on. They're trying to stop it. They managed to pick up Beach, but they're not able to pick up Jirari. Jirari says, I'm immune to your charms. In fact, take your charms all the way back to the Central Nurse Joy. You know what? Because we don't want them here. We don't even want you in Country Nurse Joy. You got to go back to the city. Meow's going to be picking up one of its coins to help increase its movement speed. It's going to be massive for it as it has 30 points in the pocket, trying to figure out what it can do, trying to get onto the Quaxwell as well, and it's not able to find an opportunity. Sensing that it's not going to have much impact, Ickless is backing off. Traffic going to be in the basement there as well. 30 points coming in from Meathville, going to be allowing them to tick into that level 7 for Inteleon. Meanwhile, TTAR putting down a great amount of pressure there as we get a huge hit from the snipe shot on Beach, wasting no time putting that to use. But Jirari goes in deep with the foul play, goes in with the snarl to try to lock them down, but no, Beach was just too far away. Ickless nowhere to be found. We had other priorities, so all we were doing was just distracting them. Go for the foul play. We smack down that Snorlax. TTAR not taking it well. Just gonna be like, you know what? Flail, and you're gonna go down. Meanwhile, we have huge snipe shots coming up. Nice dodge from Jirari. Our now lane objectives have hit the board. They're ready to go. TTAR's going in quickly to try to lock down Beach. We're going to see Jirari try to lock him down, but there goes the block. Traffy's already starting to rip on the Reg Ice. First one again. Who'd have thunk it? But we're going to see Meathville already taken down. There goes Traffy. Snorlax trying to find a way. Says, you know what? That's food. I can eat it. But no, Snorlax, you can't. That's on the opposite team. You can't eat that poor little for the cream job. It's just a tease, brother. I'm sorry to say, it's just a tease. But we are going to get the Reg Ice capture for Diff. We're going to get the Regieleki capture up in the top there for Diff as well. Going to the T1 pad, 156 to 53. Diff is a completely different team right now than what we have seen from game number 2. Keeping pressure on, keeping Oman Buzaloof away from key experience, trying to starve them out. They have 3 Unite moves in the pocket of Diff, and they're 4 now with the Alcremie. Meanwhile, Oman Buzaloof only has 2, trying desperately to seek the rest of them, like getting that experience that Diff has just been denying them. We see a huge capture coming in from TTAR, trying to grab Cascade, but Cascade says, you know what? We're just going to go live it outrage, take down Traffy, hit the Clefable, knock them up. They don't have a Unite move yet. They're going to go down a 2 KO streak, and all of a sudden, everything's gone topsy-turvy because Diff has come out on top, and Oman Buzaloof is left very dizzy and confused. 185 to 73. That was a sudden blitz attack from Diff, but they're able to find and connect on the Meow. That's going to be a Traffy KO, but they're running very low HP. Invisible, though, with the Phantom Forest, able to get a Jirari, even though they were right next to them. Alcremie shooting out a lot of cream dollops there that Oman Buzaloof is hovering, daring Diff to go on top of there. But TTAR just kind of taunting there. They're like, all right, I'm going to be up at the top. I got my level 9. What are you going to do here? I got my flail. We're ready to go. 185 to 78. Our lane objectives are about to spawn in. Regiroulette in the basement in 8 seconds, and Regieleki in the top for 20. Cascade already up there, ready to go, being like, bring it! I want this Regieleki! Meanwhile, Oman Buzaloof put a 5-man army down on Regirock. They want this experience shift back in their favor, and they're already doing great work. Alcremie comes in with the Clubby Cream Supremas. Beach is already gone, but now so are they. Gone, deleted, and taken down. 2 KO streaks for Traffy as they take down Ickless, putting in a 40 cap, bringing it down to 13, going for the 37 over with the 50. Back on the board for 225 to 168. Regieleki going in the hands of Cascade, but Regirock going in the hands of Oman Buzaloof. Regieleki barreling down, but we're not really too concerned. We got the Snorlax there. TTAR is ready to go, but poor little Clefable, they got to back out there as well, but they're going to get caught. Mbok ready to go with that Moonlight. Regidrago going to go in the hands of Ickless. One of the Pokemon you did not want to see it in. That is a Pokemon that's very mobile on that Meow. You can easily get in and out, and that's exactly what they're going. They do have 33 points in the pocket. They have the score speed increase buff, and already Meathville is sensing that's exactly what they're going to try to do. They're trying to suss out with snipe shots, They're missing everything. Eichless is just kind of hiding, waiting it out. Cascade grabs a huge hit onto these birds. Swablu's Altarius. Traffy trying to come up and get whatever they can, but they meet Jirari. Now we're going to be seeing a push onto the pad here, trying to bait Traffy off, but Traffy says, too smart for that. I'm going to wait for backup, and I'm going to play behind my tank. 3 minutes now left in this match. Match point for both teams. The winner will be decided in the revenge match, or will it be just crushing old dogs who you think the would-be champions? The has-been champions. The champions of 2025. Trying to come back in and Diff being like, nah, bro, move over. New blood coming in. 30 seconds to do this, though. 225 to 168. Neither team looking to get much of a presence in the central path yet, although Jirari Cascade taking good positions, but we walk into that huge hit by Mifil. That opens up that bush now to be secured and checked by Nachos as well as Mbach. Traffy's now going to be taking that up as residence for themselves. They said, you know what? This is a good apartment. I'm going to hang out in here. Now we're going to spread our cream dollops around. And we're going to start spreading around some snipe shots there. We're holding off on the firing there as Zap Cannon comes out. We're going to see Nachos trying to go in deep, but they get slowed down by the Alcremi. Huge damage coming in now as we're going to be taking down Mifil. Mifil's gone. Diff is now looking to collapse, and they're taking down Mbach. 2 key players of their strategy gone. But it's Traffy, Qatar. Speaking of Qatar, they're on top of Eichless. Although they're turning on for the rip now. Trying to go in with the power nap there, waiting for their members to come back. They had to reset. Traffy's got the Unite move back in the pocket. They're looking to try to get it, and boom, here it goes. It's going to go Eichless. Eichless with the ground unsecure. Traffy is going to go down. Nachos is going to go down. It's Mifil, Qatar, and Mbach versus the world. Hundo Burger going in for Eichless. Hundo Burger going in for Cascade. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. 2 Hundo Burgers swung the other way. Could still mean Oman Buzaluk wins this match. They got to group up and they got to stop these Hundo Burgers from going in. But no, that's another one. That's another 2. That's another 3. That's another 3/4 burger going in too. Beach is very low HP and they're able to get the buff swung in their way. That's 2 KOs now. 500 points and a bit is what they need. 40 seconds to do it in with 3 members up. Never mind 2 members up. Although Cascade does have their Unite move. I think it's kind of cooked though, folks. I don't think they can score that many points with 3 members. Qatar's going to try though. Going to go in with a Hundo Burger themselves. 346 to 795. They have not given up yet. Cascade going to come down to the top though. No, never mind. Cascade just going to hang out there and let that pad go. They said, it's impossible. We scored so many points on the home pad. It's going to be impossible with 300 points, 10 seconds. Not going to be enough. Diff made Oman Buzalov 2-1 in round number 1. And now, in the mid-seasonal, takes them once again 2-1. Whew, what a set between both teams. Brought it right down to a game 3, and that's always exciting to see. And we got to see some amazing plays from both teams as well. Nachos diving in deep as well, doing good work. Qatar going with a flail block combo, not commonly seen with a Snorlax, keeping Jirari on their toes. And once again, it's going to be Jirari and Qatar claiming the MVP of their teams. And this is with all of those points scored, and Jirari still comes up with the MVP. 67k damage taken, 38 dealt. Meanwhile, Qatar, 39 dealt and 56 taken. That's going to be your MVP stats. But again, Deep Beach, Eichless, Cascade, spread out that damage. 47, 40, 58, 56. Meanwhile, Nachos, Traffy, and Mifil, a little bit less spread out. 58 and 53, but Nachos come in at 38. Nachos looking for an opportunity to get into the pack. Not able to find it as many as often as they would like, but Eichless was just a monster, a menace, moving all around the map. Just kind of being like, I could score here, I could score there. But the way both teams were just able to utilize and be like, all right, listen, they got the buff. I don't see him here. Probably going to go score. Where? Basement. That's where we're not. Somebody go. And boom, they reacted. They knew exactly what the scenario was, what it called for. And both teams were able to react very, very quickly and be able to put some nice defense down. That's why we don't see these big score numbers until the end of the game. But once again, well done to both teams. Oh my goodness. Love to see it there. Perfect. All right, guys, we are going to go to break. So you're going to watch VH versus Rework Esport Core on the intermission screen. So thank you guys for watching. Grab a snack and come on back because we'll be right back. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, once more back into the fray with two familiar names, this time on the board. Rework Esport Core coming up against Dift. Once again, we're going to be seeing that. We saw Rework Esport Core in their Game 3 going up against Vaporeon Haters, the number 4 team, Rework Esport Core, and the number 1 team. And they're able to take that win off of them very handily there. So that was amazing to watch. I hope you guys enjoyed, because now we're going to get to see the Rework Esport Core Dift action. Already we're off to a great start as Revenge comes back in and says, no Umbreon. And Azalito says, fine, you know what? Let's get the Yellow Duck. Yellow Duck's got to go. We got a target on their back. Meanwhile, Ikelis says, Evil Toe, Evil gone. It's going to be for Alligator too. For Alligator's out of here. We don't want to see it this early in the set yet. You going to be coming in now. They got the last band. Do they go for the Snorlax? No. They go for that Trevenant. They know who's on the other side there. They're Jirari. They don't want that in their hands now. They said, we saw what happened last game. We saw what you did to Buzaloof. That's not going to happen to us. The Jirari, though, is going to clap back and say, no Snorlax either. There you go. Going to be in the first pick slot, looking to try to swap for something, just kind of messing around, seeing what we're going with. It's going to be you, first pick into the Skeleturge. Lynx wastes no time locking in the Blissey there, as Cascade now has an opportunity to come in and pick something up for themselves. Scrolling through these all-rounders there. Phalanx! Nah, Jirari baited us, and we'll go with the Blastoids. Man, they went to the Phalanx just to bait the casters. What else is new? Azalito, though, going to come in on the Hoopa. Game 1 Hoop prize there. Volto coming in and looking to bring in the Mega Lucario. Ikelis and Beach now their turn to swing back there. They got a lot of good late game here on the Rework Esport Core. They got a Hoopa there that allows for good team pivots. What do? You got your Engager, you got your supporter. Now what do? Beach is going to be locking in the Mew. How did everybody let that go already? Cascade says Surfetched is going to come in. You want to ban the side duck? That's fine. We don't need no blue ducks. There's more ducks in this game than you realize. And then Surfetched is going to be duck number 3. Frygo says, all right, Trevenant gone, Snorlax gone. Don't want to waste a Mamoswine yet. Let's go with the Crustle. Crustle's going to suit our needs. And Revenge coming in with the Dragonite. Oh, not a very common pick, but is becoming more common as the days go on into the summer. Dragonite going to be an awesome Pokemon, able to put out a lot of basic attack power from the back lines into a Hyper Beam. Or if you want to get up close and personal, getting in with those outrage punches, going toe-to-toe, Duke for Duke. Ikelis, though, is going to be coming in as well for that final Pokemon on the Glaceon. We don't see Glaceon a whole lot, but today, wow, oh boy, did we ever see it today. That's going to be coming in for Dift, and this is going to be the comps that both teams say will win the game number 1, and that's exactly what we're looking for here as we go into game 1 of our winners finals. That's it. Our winners finals are going to be picking up here. We're already that deep into the mid-seasonal, folks. Now I'm excited to see. Let's take a look at our curse users. It's going to be Azalito only for the side of Rework Esport Core. Meanwhile, for Dift, that's going to be running on Ikelis. Ikelis going to be coming in with those Icicle Spears or the Freeze Dry. You never know. You're going to either be homing in on you from a mile away, no matter where you are on the map, or we're just going to jump you and shotgun you with those icicles. One way or another, you're getting hit by them, and it ain't going to be pretty. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this Gold Badge supporter game. Holy heck, we got Gold Badge Blissey, Gold Badge Hoopa. Wow, our teams are putting in the work on these Pokemon for sure. Except you, Root You. Where's your badge on Skeleturge? Literally everybody on the team got one. Where's yours? Come on, bro. Man, some people be slacking, I'll tell you that. Already going to be sending in that massive Dratini into the Essential Path there. Going to be Surfetched for the side of Dift. Going to the top there, we are going to see that massive little Mew going up top there, as well as we're going to see Glaceon in the bottom. Glaceon does not have a strong early game, does not become a real Pokemon until level 6. So it's already going to have a very huge disadvantage coming into this basement lane. Nice secure on one of them. They're not able to get the second bundle beat. Gonna go to Frygo. You can't underestimate those little Fury Cutters. They are going to knock you around and get a bit of damage. Already up to the stealing of the berries, though, as Azalito comes in with that Magician trick in. But already Volto is in trouble. Massive damage from Beach there with that Electro Ball. Lynx and Cascade linking up, trying to take down the Bundle Bee. Not going to go to them. Going to go to Cascade instead. Now they have to back off there as we're now 10 seconds away from our 850 birds. Let's take a look where our central laners are going to be. Cascade in the top there with that level 5 on the Surf Fetch. Dragon Air rotating up with that Crustal. Going to be massive here for both teams. Now then coming in, we've got the Crustal Wall coming in as Frygo puts it up, not able to lock anybody down. They're going to go in, and there goes Blissey. Link's just already gone. Cascade now trying to get in there, trying to do whatever they can, and it's just not going to work. Rework Esport Core is going to be putting points on the board there, getting their quick stacks, as many as they can. 61-6 there. They got a nice little heal there, but they got to watch out for Mew. Mew with Beach, it's just a recipe for disaster if you're against it. Diff, though, is fighting for their lives inside their own real estate, but they're able to quickly come back, take down Dragonair, sending it back and said, bro, go back to your own. This is ours. Frygo eating up those icicle spears like they are nothing, but getting chunked down to half HP. That is going to allow Diff to get into the central path here for Regidrago. That's right, Regidrago is here. Crustal comes in, tries to go for the snipe, not able to get it. Frygo now going to get pummeled for that cheeky tactic. Azalito's getting a little bit backed up there, and little Cascade there says, "There, let me help you. Let me poke you with a stick. That's a spear. Let me poke you with a leak." Now we're gathering up on the top side there, trying to put points in. Can we get this 23 in? No, we are not able to. We are massive in the top there, getting huge damage there on Cascade. With Blissey there for the healings, not going to be enough. Hyper Beam comes out now. That's going to be massive there for the side of Rework Esport Core, as Revenge is now looking to put the beat down there. The auto attacks coming in, but it's going to be Volto with the claim of that KO. Lots of points still on the board, still trying to get their stacks there. They're saying about 4 stacks, I think, right now. The count could be wrong, but there's number 5. The Magician is throwing those citrus berries every which way except where they're supposed to be. Already starting to rip on it. We didn't quite get it there. We had no vision, had no idea where it was. But once again, Reg Ice is the first objective of the map for the Reggie Roulette. Regilecki, though, going to go play for the side of Diff. We have another Regilecki count. I think we're up to like 9 Regileckis across 3 sets now. That's insane. Think about there. 1/3 of these, every one of these sets has had at least 1/3 of their Reggies be a Regilecki, or Reg Ice. It's insane to think about. But Revenge is now going to start ripping on Regilecki's. Cascade and Beach are going to go into the central path and take those Swablues Altarias all for themselves. Yum, 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 yum. Good experience, as we do have that massive Unite move from Revenge coming out there as well. The Draco Impact, not able to impact anything, actually. Completely missed, got no value from it. And you know what? They said that's fine. That just allows me to get onto a lot of this experience and try to make something of it. Cascade said, Swablues Altarias, you may be my weakness in the VGC, but in the Pokemon Unite AOS Arena, I'm going to gobble you up, as Lucario tries to get out of there. Mega Lucario's now online, and now we're trying to get in there. But no, Trixie comes in with a nice fancy force. They're able to back out. The Bliss Assist comes in. Those shields got deleted instantly, but Cascade remains alive. Hyper Beam's going to come in as Revenge gets the Revenge KO. Now it's going to be Ikelis trying to get away from there, but that Dragonite too strong. 2 KO streak as Blastoise shoves poor little Skeleturge out of the basement in the bottom there. That's kind of insane to think about. Look at what's going on down here. Look at what Jirari has been able to accomplish down in the basement there. Not a whole lot, unfortunately, for Diff and to gain advantage with points, but they are able to keep that T1 pad up. Despite 127 points being scored, both T1 pads are still on the board. but still good for Diff because it gives them an opportunity to get in there. Draco Impact into the pad, which is where Cascade was waiting. They said, you're going to come into me, you're going to go down. Right now we're going to see Azalito come out with that massive Runes Unbound, dragging nobody up with it. They didn't want to go in there, not able to secure it. Secure, going to Diff, going to Beach. But we are going to see Jirari go down here, as we are going to see the massive Hyperspace Fury, arms galore. Opa's ready to throw hands. Lock him in with a massive, massive wall. There goes Ickless. Glaceon taken down like nothing. Almost shattered like ice. Almost like it's ice. Jirari comes in with a nice little surf there, as well as we do have Beach coming in with the Mystical Mirage. Hydro Typhoon comes in for a nice clean KO. Going to be 1, 2, 3 down for Rework Esport Core. Diff has finally found their groove. 207 to 6. That's not a problem. Now we're going to be putting our points in. We got to do some math quickly. Make sure we do good by it. 40 into 36 is 97 points there. 76 points we're able to get in. Put us up to 97. Now we are still slightly behind, but it's only 110 points. So we're still back on the board. We got to try to get something out. Both T1 pads are broken for the side of Diff, but now we're going to be putting 40 more in the basement. No, not able to get them in. Getting absolutely rocked in the basement there as Regilecki, though, plays for Diff. Cascade getting that secure. Jirari goes in with a nice surf into Frygo's own wall. Going to be able to stop that, but it's going to be blown up in Azalito's face. Hoopa's gone. No Rings Unbound for the defense. Yu's trying to back out to do whatever they can, but Jirari's too strong. Goes in with the surf, but the huge Hyper Beam comes out. We do have revenge, getting revenge for the push. They said, listen, bro, you overextended, and I'm the Dragon Knight to put you in your place to make you go nighty-night. Up in the top, though, that may be the Regilecki gone in the basement, but the Regiroulette is up once more. The last one for this set, because guess what it is? It's Reggie Ice! Who could have thunk 3 Reg Ices back to back to back once again? Almost like it's the start of the stream, folks. Just back then, holy heck. Reg Ice loves being on camera, and hopefully we're getting our good side. Dragonite going to be coming in as well, getting this secure, but we have seen this be the downfall before. Because it does give pick control over to Diff. Diff ready to throw those Icicle Spears down. Frygo trying to get a little bit in there, but though healing is just massive. Kyogre has spawned in, which means the game is not quite over yet, as Beach goes in for a Solar Beam into a bush, misses everything, but they had to check just to be sure. We are going to see the Crustal Walls come up with the Rock Tomb, and now we're looking for a way to get in. We do have Revenge with low HP. Jirari goes in, looks over for Hydro Typhoon, but the Dragon Dance able to get them away, especially with that multi-scale. We do have the Mew Unite Kamuk coming out there as well, as Jirari goes in for the Deep Surf. No KOs yet except on Ickless, taken down by the Glaceon. The only Pokemon on this map with the Unite move in the pocket. Good Rock Tomb from Frygo. Traps 3 people. Not able to capitalize on it, though. Has to wait for the next cooldown. Meanwhile, the rest of Rework Esport Core collapsing into this central path. We do have Beach gone, but we are keeping this out. They want Revenge gone. That is a massive, massive Pokemon that's stopping them, but there goes Azalito. Azalito is gone, and now there goes that Lucario. Lucario's gone. They don't have that Mega Pokemon. Now it's going to be Frygo. Frygo's going to be gone. Crustle holding on. Kyogre has now turned over into the hands of Diff as they're getting ripped and shredded. But Skeledirge waiting in the top there. They know what they got to do. Come on, Beach, you've got to secure it. They don't get it. It's going to be the Skeledirge for the secure on Kyogre. Oh boy, 207 to 177 though. This the Skeledirge is going for the score. They're not going to be able to get stopped there now. 307 to 177, 10 seconds left. Can we get the points in? Go, Blissey, go! No! Rework Esport Core with the clutch secured, the clutch defense, and they're going to take game number 1. Whoo! Oh man! Oh my goodness. What a game, what a set, what a match so far. Holy heck, what an explosive start. Rework Esport Core coming in hot, going with a massive 200-point lead, keeping them way ahead of Dift the entire time. Dift was so good. They were able to find a way to get back into the Kyogre, but Beach threw the Electro Ball just a little too soon. They anticipated you going for the secure, but you, the patience, just went like the foghorn it is and just sniped it away from Dift. Criminal acts galore happening in the hands of Rework Esport Core. Volto going to be coming in with your MVP, and once again, Jirari taking it for the third game in a row for Dift. Massive points there as well. I love to see it. Like, this is going to put Rework Esport Core now into the match point position. Now we've got 10 Pokemon banned. Key Pokemon like Crustle, Hoopa, Blastoise that we've been seeing all day long. Blissey, gone, out of there. 123k heals from Lynx. That's insane. That's insane to think about. Ikelas, 102k damage. What is going on here? That's crazy what's happening here. All right, but I am going to be joined here soon by someone here. So let us get into production. Are we going to be taking a quick break there to make sure that we get somebody else in, or are we just going to throw them in and be like, woohoo? Let me know what's going on. Oh, never mind. They're here. What's up?
Hey.
We are joined once more by Bridget. What's up? It's been ages. How you doing, girl?
I know. I'm like, man, when's the last time I casted this video game? It's been a while. I was halfway paying attention to what happened in that first game, but I'm here now to help out.
Heck to the yeah, and we love it. We love having Bridget with us, folks. And that means our poor little voice gets a little break. Woo!
Yeah! I tuned in and I only heard you and I was like, that's not good.
No, we're rocking it. We're having a blast. We're having a blast with chat. Everybody gets a little hyped up. We get a little kookiness with the players and stuff like that. And we get to create and put stories in our mouths and be like, and just talk with ourselves. It's not insane if we don't respond to ourselves, you know? Mm-hmm. That's the key. That's the magic of it. But, Bridget, European Unite League, we are back again, this time for the mid-seasonals, and already off to an explosive start with Rework Esport Core taking game number 1 against Dift. Key Pokemon like Crustle and Hoopa and Blissey and Blastoise already gone off the table. Mew, no longer there. What do you think's going to be coming up next?
Man, the roster just gets longer and longer each time, so definitely some solid picks still around. I'm excited to see what is all getting banned out. The Yveltal, yeah, that checks out. New big scary guy, and I heard the other new big scary guy, Palkia, isn't as big and scary, so Yveltal makes sense.
Yeah, Palkia is big. It's definitely scary looking, but it don't do a whole lot of damage, I'll tell you that. But once again, we're getting the yellow duck out of there. Maybe we'll see a different duck. I mean, we already got the Surfetch gone, so the only other duck available is the blue duck, which we've seen a lot of today, surprisingly.
Sorry, it took me a second. Blue duck is Cramorant. I'm like,
oh,
blue duck.
Quaquaval. Oh, shoot, I forgot. We also like Cramorant in here. Wow.
I was like, there's been a lot of Cramorant?
We got two blue ducks in here. Holy heck.
So many blue guys. Yeah. Quaquaval, for Gore, got a pretty nice / needed buff in, I don't know if it was the latest patch or the one before, but doesn't get banned out. It was obviously still on the table since it was not selected last time. We're gonna see Dift prioritize that. Snorlax, though, always a strong defender tank to go with, and with limited options, not a bad call to get that first.
Yeah, like one of the best tanks in the game. You weren't able to bring it into game number 1. Might as well bring it into game number 2, especially if you want to clutch it out, especially if you have match point against you. You got to bring the best of the best. And that's exactly what you and Azalito are going to do. Eldegoss, Espeon. These are some of the most powerful early gamers that you can come in, and some of the most popular picks early on.
Yeah, especially in a lane together. I mean, it is just brutal, but Rework Esport Core gonna respond extremely quickly with that Trevenant and the Delmise, who I'm like, I feel like I haven't seen lately, but there hasn't been too many tournaments going on other than Grassroots and I guess most recently NAIC, but the Delmise makes me think of Overlord, so Volto has big shoes to fill.
Absolutely, and don't get teased by Revenge. That's not going to be a Phalanx. I got baited before, all right?
Oh, no.
That turned into a Blastoise last second. The last time I thought it was going to be a Phalanx, I got baited. I was very sad. But Aegislash coming in. Aegislash did get some really good buffs across the board, except Ironhead, because who uses that move? Hasn't been touched in years. Everybody's abandoned it, including Timmy.
I feel like was Ironhead the beginning of the end? They were like, we just can't figure out what to do with this. Like everyone else's second moves are getting thrown out the door. Maybe it's Aegislash's fault, but either way, it has one moveset that you don't have to worry about changing too often before you load into the game. We will see that King's Shield, and yeah, a pretty bulky overall comp from Esport Core. Diffed a bit more squishy with those birds, but that Mime lacks frontline when they have the Zacian on their side as well. Maybe pretty difficult to take down.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Mr. Mime in there. I love the fact that Mr. Mime is the first one that we have seen today.
Oh.
So that is something that's like, yeah, everybody's been fighting over, what is it, Hoopas? Everybody's fighting over Blissies, Eldegasses, Cremies. Nobody's been fighting over Mr. Mime. And I think that's a little bit of a crime.
Mr. Crime, if you will. Yeah, Mr. Mime is pretty versatile. I mean, obviously the walls, the barriers are a little too hard to pass up, especially in the right hand. So it can be really impactful, especially as that frontliner tank, to not only put out massive damage, but help defend against that backline. It'll also be nice for this Talonflame. Obviously, your team can pass through the walls, and it'll be a nice little extra escape route if they choose to use it that way. But here we go. Game number 2 already underway.
Sending that Fletchling and that Hone Edge into their central pass there, but already Delmise being a menace. We have to force off with that Zapdos there, and poor little Cascade not able to get as much as they want, taking a beating in the bottom there. Meanwhile, Volto is like, I'm Delmise.
Yeah, definitely more of a carry Delmise. I feel like usually we see it more in almost like a flex tank position, but up here in this top path obviously can do some great stuns as well. Eldegoss holding on just barely. Ikelas has to make an escape, and there is that Mime making sure the birds get out of there scot-free. Gonna try to contest these birds that are about to spawn right in. We have Aegislash coming to join the party, gets that backline and gets the KO on the Fletchender, make it a 2 KO streak, no birds allowed.
3 KO streak for the Doublade there, as they're now going to be moving into the central path, looking to try to get whatever they can. That is going to be Frygo down there, being an absolute menace, trying to say, hey, Ikelas, guess what? I got your blue buff. What you gonna do?
Just such a good wood hammer. We also have Azalito down here with the Eldegoss support. Esport Core taking a really long-winded tour in that enemy jungle. They're still there, moving and scooting around. I'm sure giving that Fledgenter a difficult time. Reinforcements are coming in. Azalito goes down in this 3v4 situation. 3? Okay, it's 2v2 now, and it's looking like Dift is gonna at least pick up a couple KOs there, but Esport Core collapsed with the entire team to make sure it wasn't too much EXP loss.
All I'm saying is Rework Esport Core likes their sharp objects. They got a sword and shield, they got an anchor, they're ready to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, once they invent that Pokemon right at you. Like, they're ready to go, and it seems like that's exactly what's about to happen. We're 30 seconds away from our first lane objectives of the match here. Wondering if it's going to be a Reg Ice again, Bridget, because they have been very popular today. As Delmice goes for the anchor shot, takes down Beach with Azalito, and now it's going to be a massive 2KO streak for Azalito.
What a beautiful engage from Volto on that Delmize. I mean, I don't know if they knew the Zapdos was in that enemy bush, but took the risk. They went fishing and they caught a Zapdos, and it just made that engage so much more favorable for Esport Core. They also have a pretty good handle of the situation going on in the spot path. Was a little scary there on that smite, but the Reg Ice, as you mentioned, a popular guy today, did get captured by Esport Core.
Yeah, it is once again. Listen, there's only been one set today out of the 4 that we've seen that Reg Ice was not the first objective, and there's been 2 games. It's been the only one. So it's not camera shy. Regilecki, though, is definitely not camera shy either, barreling down towards the T1 pad. Rework Esport Core, though, is going to be cleaning up. 3 KOs against the diff, sending them back and say, thank you, try again.
Yeah, I mean, this Espeon is just leading the pack in terms of levels. Aegislash coming in to that level 10 as well. Ikelis perhaps on a bit of a detour. Don't hate this move. Obviously, if the enemy team is perma invading you, they're likely leaving their own jungle, maybe unattended. They were low on HP and do get KO'd, but I like the enthusiasm while the rest of the team fights over these bottom Altaria spawns. Both of these tier 1 goal zones, all of the tier 1 goal zones are still up and alive despite this huge point lead going towards rework.
Beach is in trouble there. They were repositioned by Frygo. Now they're going to go down to this Pollen Puff. Azalito is hungry tonight. 3 KOs so far that we've seen. Maybe more that we don't know. Wonder what's in their closet. We're going to be seeing Cascade coming up to the top, though. Flame Sweep coming in, trying to take Volto away. Not going to be enough there, but we are going to see Revenge coming in. They take down Volto, finally, but Ikelis gets claimed by Revenge. Never mind, that was Azalito as well.
Yeah, I thought the Delmize was the supporter in that lane situation, or the attacker, but it seems Eldegoss has just been smashing down that A button. Those Eldegoss slows can really help you keep them in range, so you can just keep spamming your A button on them. Really, really exciting stuff. We have a bit of a skirmish going on in the spot path. Delmize picking up, I feel like, a ton of KOs, also able to just put in a lot of work for this Esport Core team. We have a bit of a 3v3 now. Big catch with that Trevenant, tries to get the Mime out of the picture. They are able to hold on. Their main goal is just to keep this Zapdos up and running.
Finally, a break from the Reg Ice. Somebody had to get that guy out of the limelight. Regis Steele makes an appearance. Going to be the last one for this set as well, making it impossible for Reg Ice to make another appearance this game. So, take that, Reg Ice. What a great defense here from Diff as they look to isolate Frygo and Volto, locking in with a nice block, heavy slam combo. But Beach is going to go down. Volto was not locked out as Showtime comes out. Flame Sweep comes in to steal the show. Meanwhile, there we go. We see Frygo come in with a nice wood hammer. Ikelis, though, claiming Azalito, says, brother, you know what you did, and now you are gone. Now it's going to be Volto looking to take down Ikelis. Ikelis goes for the 2 KO streak, as now we're going to be looking for the third one against Frygo. But it's not going to happen. They're going to get out as we have you come in with the Psychic Solaire.
Yeah, these damage dealers just getting a little too on those HP bars. Can't go in as aggressively as they wanted. They're still able to get a lot of damage, but there is that Revenge KO from that Trevenant. We have the Aegislash going pretty far deep in now that those tanks are out of the way. Snorlax coming back on to the spawn point to try to do some 1v4 defense. Not too hard with that block, but it's a little hard to manage every single dunk. I wasn't even sure how big that overcap was, but both of the tier 1s gone for Diff. This Reggie Steele still down in this bottom path, going to be scooped up by Esport Core, and they will have it just in time for this final objective.
And that's what I like about Rework Esport Core too, is they realized it was going to be the last Regieleki. These things take 2 minutes to spawn in. They're not the fastest spawns in the game. You know, they're one of the longest spawns in the game. Not the longest, because that belongs to Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Zapdos, you know, all of those final objectives. But they are one that they want to get to. But speaking of, Groudon spawns in. The game is now on. Everybody's diving in. Unite moves getting burned. Groudon's like, holy heck, what happened? And it's going to be Volto with the secure as Beach and Cascade fall for Diff.
Yeah, Fry on the Trevenant was really like running with the pack of Diff into that pit, and I was a little worried about their positioning for a second, but that Delmize Unite move, I feel like the Trevenant was giving vision for their Delmize player. They Unite moved right in, and there was just enough follow-up that even in that rip scenario, Esport Core gets the secure, gets the points, and pretty sure they're gonna get this dub.
Yeah, listen, I'm not like one to call it early, especially when you still have a minute left in the game, but even I find it hard to believe that 5 teammates will score 900 points in the span of, well, collect and score in the 900 points in the span of a minute. That is just too far a game gone. So Rework Esport Core most likely going to be wrapping this up in a 2-0 victory. Going to be moving on to your grand finals. Diff not going to be meeting them there.
Yeah, really, really well fought from the Diff squad. I mean, it just feels like Esport Core was working like so well with one another. I mean, I didn't even clock, I feel like, this Espeon firing off these side shocks all game. My attention has just been on like the front line of like the Eldegoss, the Trevenant, and the Delmize. I feel like Sword has been solo missioning, but the coverage with this Esport Core team is just too good.
It absolutely was. Rework Esport Core coming in on top. They said, listen, Diff, you guys got a little too close to the sun. Game number 1 almost took it from us. It came down to a really smart snipe from you on that Skeledirge. But game number 2, they said, we're not even going to let it be close. We're just going to dominate and say, this is 2-0 for us, and we're moving on. Sorry, but this is the way it's got to be. Ike's going to be the MVP for the side of Diff. And we are going to see Volto get the MVP for the side of Rework Esport Core.
Yeah, I felt like Volto was putting in work, but Revenge with the 17 KOs. Azalito, 22 assists is just insane. I guess people were falling left and right. It was hard to keep track of who was getting that attribution, but I mean, Ikelos really kind of played that assassin role to the best of their ability. Obviously, this is a pretty scary team to be diving into, but did get 6 KOs of their own for that Diff side.
Azalito came in with 5 KOs at the end of it. I feel like they just threw 4 KOs right at the start, and they had the most KOs out of everybody for the first half of the game. And then all of a sudden, all the damage came in. But speaking of damage, holy heck, you coming in with 105, Revenge coming in with 97, Volto 84. They were in the thick of it. They were ready to go. Frygo tanking 80. Meanwhile, Azalito healing 70. That's an insane. Now let's go to the highlights, Bridget.
Yeah, pretty high damage game. I know Diff has basically 2 tanks, for lack of a better term, for that Mr. Mime, but that's quite a bit of damage to have been dealt on the side of Esport Core. Looking at that comp, here we have one of these Reggie Alecki pushes in the top path where Dift was able to get that Alecki, but Esport Core did a really great job defending. Volto somehow stays alive in that basically 1v2 situation. Fry with such good vision there, makes sure that Zacian gets KO'd. Here we have the fight for the Registeel, I believe, had already spawned in, but Esport Core had their eyes on that goal zone, and Dift does a pretty solid job defending, but the KOs just do not go in their favor.
Yeah, once the Zapdos went down, it just wasn't in their favor there. So great job from Volto being able to get behind the Snorlax, behind Frygo there, and just be able to do it. But Ikelis came down and did a really good job of trying to get back into this game. Now, Snorlax almost got 18 in there. They weren't able to get much there. Now, we do have Dift being a little bit scattered as well, trying to get whatever they can done. And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Right before this, I think this surprised Rework Esport Core was that Dift was just starting to rip on this. So they go with the Seaweed Snare, going straight in onto this. They got the Groudon right there. Zapdos has already thrown its own Unite move. Aldegast coming in with the Cotton Cloud Crash. Everybody's waiting for it to go down to low HP. Nobody really worrying about each other. And then it's just bursted into nothingness. Huge explosion there as we get closer and closer to the secure moment. And you can see just when everything hits, its HP just starts to go down really quickly. Now, this is all slow motion. So, but this is all like how it goes. We got the coup de grace timed perfectly into huge stuns by Frygo's Woodhammer.
Yeah, I am like, gosh, the slow-mo is just so fun. I was trying to have eyes on Volto, the Delmize, to see how they secured it, but the anime, I mean, you can't see anything. Plus, I'm like, what? Like, I feel like when the Delmize is sideways, it's like, well, now they're just gone. You know, it's like,
yeah, they disappear.
Flat Stanley. Yeah. So did not see how the Delmize did that, but really, I mean, there were so many smites from the side of Esport Core that I'm surprised that Aegislash Unite move didn't get it. It honestly looked like perfect to me, but nonetheless, really great job from both these squads.
Yeah, amazing sets. They're going to be moving on to Grands Finals there, and I'm also going to be moving on to Pasture 2. Production has said I get to go to the farm there, and when you guys come back, it's going to be Mad Magical taking my spot. So we'll see you guys. Grab a snack and come back because we will be right back.
Hello, hello. Welcome back. It is the Mid-Season Invitational. I'm Mad Magical, joined in by Bridget as we get ready for some more Pokemon Unite action. Bridget, how you doing? Uh-oh. It's okay. We'll get it all figured out. So, unfortunately, I don't think the stream's hearing her at the moment, but we'll get that all solved in just a second. Still muted. Okay, so just in case for those that can't hear what Bridget was saying, just saying that she's excited that she was able to cast the last series and now getting ready for some more action here for the day and seeing how our teams are going to go up against each other. We have the Vaporeon haters versus Omon Boozaloof. So, Bridget, do we want to test again to see if you're back?
I hit refresh, so yes. I assume that worked. Glad it did. But yes, I don't know what I broke in between the two sets, but I definitely broke something. But we are covering our lower semi-finals, which is basically our lower finals since Dift cannot continue. So whoever wins this set, this best of 3, will be moving up to that grand finals match with Esports Core.
And that'll be exciting to see them face off against the reworked Esports Core, especially because right now, if you look at the regular season, the Vaporeon haters are the only undefeated team in series. They have yet to drop a series in the regular season portion. Obviously, today they did drop one and now have to see if they can beat Omon Boozaloof. Both teams incredibly strong. And looking at the draft so far, Bridget, that Psyduck got left open. Vaporeon haters, in fact, opting not to have a final ban, and they got 2 really strong ones in Psyduck and Typhlosion because of it.
Yeah, I mean, Amon, I don't know if I'm going to be able to say Boozaloof this entire set, but
I practiced for a whole week because I messed it up once, and so I'm like, I'm getting this down.
Okay, I will rely on you for the Boozaloofing, but I do feel like they were able to grab some power picks as well. True. That Mew, I mean, there really just isn't an attacker like it, especially in the right hands. And Blastoise, man, he was maybe bad for like a month or 2, but it feels like it's never really bad.
Exactly. It's like, even when it's like quote unquote bad, it's still incredibly strong in Unite. And looking at the draft for both teams, I really like what both teams are bringing. That Crustle there for a Valk show is going to be great in his hands, being able to have a Psyduck to help out and make sure that Danny's doing great on that Typhlosion, show onto the Talonflame. Oscatar is onto Garchomp too, so they have late game scaling. But then Omon Boozaloof, they end up with Traffy on this Greninja, and yesterday Traffy had the most insane 1v3 outplay on Greninja, so that is already just an incredibly powerful pick for the team.
Yeah, I mean, Traffy Greninja, tale as old as time, such a pocket pick for that player, so not shocked to see it in that last pick position. I mean, I guess it was looking like a Greninja game, but I feel like most games probably look like a Greninja game if your name is Traffy. I'm excited for that Metagross pick, though.
Me too.
I think it is really powerful. I know, likes of Colin Tang in NA really piloted it super well and showed how versatile it could be. Again, I'm like flashing back to like NAIC because I feel like it's like my most recent like tournament memory. But excited to see how Metagross does in this version of the meta.
Me too, and here we are. We are in to our first game of the best of 3, the lower semifinals. As you said before, pretty much the lower finals, since Sift, unfortunately, will not be able to play any further. And our winner between Vaporeon haters and Omon Boozaloof will move on into the finals to try to see if they can take down rework Esports Core. You look at right now how our teams are moving. I see Mbok already looking for an early invade onto that Fletchling.
Yeah, Hoopa just such a powerful invader, and I mean, Squirtle on its own isn't bad. I mean, you can see how far up that Squirtle is in their lane, but it's looking like that little bird was able to defend their jungle, even getting the KO on the Hoopa, which is pretty impressive. Just how tricky that guy can be all throughout the game, but especially early game. TTAR in a bit of a pickle, but it's going to be Nachos to the rescue with those big shields and cool glasses on the Matang. I don't know if I've really seen that skin. Hope everyone got their fancy skin from the anniversary. Maybe Nachos picked this one. I don't even know if this one was available, but it looks good.
Yeah, like the visor kind of look for Matang, and I love that as well. But, you know, we haven't really talked about, like, what the team's meta and their compositions are really looking for. And when I look at both of these compositions, Vaporeon haters, they have a really good late game with that Garchomp and Typhlosion, but the same goes for Oman Buzaloof, who are actually doing incredible here in the early game, continually punishing in this top path, but they gotta be careful because there is the same thing happening in the bot path by the Vaporeon haters.
Yeah, I mean, double KOs for that Psyduck, proving why it was such a priority pick for the Vaporeon haters. But yeah, a little scary seeing Nachos get, you know, pretty good levels in value so early on that Matang. But I mean, I feel like Vaporeon haters are not, like, getting too far behind by any means. They already have a Talonflame on the board. I mean, that's such a huge power scaling for that bird. And yeah, the other two are gonna need some more. I thought the Talonflame was about to steal that Regidrago away, but it is gonna go to Oman Buzaloof.
And they got the knockout onto Talonflame and Crusla at the same time. So Oman Buzaloof gaining everything possible there, but have they overcommitted trying to go for the dive? They have gotten the knockout on to the Quilava, and then that Psyduck just getting chipped out, trying to wait for the rest of the team to see if they can show up force against the four that are in the spot path. But now that there's a Metagross, I doubt they want to continue.
Yeah, definitely makes it a little scarier. Big wall from that Crustle gives the side of Vaporeon haters some breathing room while Oman backed it up. We now see some members of Vaporeon haters up in this top path, shifting priority, but it's looking like the squad on both sides is angling up for this top path. A lot of damage raining down, but it's going to be that Greninja Unite move Traffy getting the secure for Oman Buzaloof, and KO after KO, and now it's time to get these points in.
I don't know if it's just me, Bridget, but I feel like every time we turn the page in this this book, we constantly are seeing Oman Buzaloof come out ahead and gaining the advantages, whether it be the Regidrago, the fight there over the top path to see if they can get that Regirock, and now you even see that down south, they're getting the Regieleki. Everything is coming up Oman Buzaloof.
Yeah, they've been able to divvy up their team members really well, and now we see we have a big four-man push on this Regieleki. Now is the time to do so. They have quite a few Unite moves in their pocket. There's no jump pad to stop them, and they are taking a lot of damage for their trouble, but huge Blastoise Unite move, get that buddy barrier shield, and trying to get an optimal dunk on this tier 2 is pretty massive. That's a big point lead for Oman Buzaloof.
Amazing dive by them, and then we look at Traffy 1v1 Greninja versus Garchomp. Normally you'd favor the Garchomp, but not when Traffy is playing Greninja. You always got to give it over that player. Now that there's 4 strong for Vaporeon haters, is that going to be enough to stop Traffy from actually looking for anything further, or is he just waiting for his team to show up so they can go for a further fight?
Yeah, maybe just biding his time at this point while they get into position. Looking like Metagross might want to go for a little back cap if possible, scoring the points in his backpack, I suppose. But the Talonflame is going to catch them out a bit. Takes a lot of damage, but now Nachos is a little surrounded. Nice little revenge KO for Vaporeon haters, but they've completely abandoned that top path. This is going to be a free Reggie steal for Oman, and I'm not sure what exactly Vaporeon haters wants to do at this point. It's looking like they want to deter that Alecki from walking towards their home base.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the bot path, and this Traffy absolutely dominating. A triple on the board. He could even look for the quad, as right now the Livid Outrage has been popped, and they even got the Rebel Rouser to take down Traffy, but the dive and almost got M-Bach, but surrounded on all fronts. Bach Show's got to be careful because he's going to fall double for Mephil, while Show is going to be pushed back. Nachos helping to take down the bird.
Yeah, I mean, this synergy from the side of Oman is just nasty. Miffley with those massive KOs, just kind of smurfing on this Mew character that's just truly never been bad. Typhlosion doing what it can, but this is kind of a scary push with that tier 1 still up. Vaporeon haters just looking for any kind of value at this moment. It's looking like they really are prioritizing points and they want to push all together, but Hoopa is going to go ahead with that back cap. I feel like they're just kind of forced to fall back here.
As they fall back too, they are getting it whittled down little by little and losing their lives, and in that retreat where you're just giving more advantages to Oman Boozaloof. But we are almost a minute now until we will have the true fight, the final stretch that both teams are gonna have to look towards. And for Vaporeon haters, they are really far behind at this point, and they are needing more than a miracle to see if they can grab onto that and find themselves a miraculous win.
Yeah, I mean, what great macro from Oman. Almost was a bit scary. They were really baiting their time with that Regieleki, which is why Vaporeon haters tried to pivot top to kind of get some value there, but Oman just followed them up, let that Regieleki sit there, and then reconvened once they saw fit. And there is a bit of a fight going on in this bottom path. Oman looking for their KOs. They do get one on that side. This Regieleki is not home base. I mean, with the strength of Crappy on that Greninja, Nachos on the Metagross, both level 14, they can kind of solo hold down both lanes.
As there's a snipe there, that Solar Beam from Mephil to get the knockout on Crustle, and right as Kyogre spawns too, there's going to be that miracle needed for the Vaporeon haters. As it's so low, it gets taken. Blast Boy securing it for Oman Boozaloof. That secures themselves this victory as they clean up everyone who tried to see if they can steal that away. Vaporeon haters, that was their last hope, as Oman Boozaloof will take game 1.
Yeah, a bit of a scary rip in my opinion. You're already up by 400 points. The Regieleki walked in. The rip was just maybe they had it, but and Vaporeon haters was a little zoned out, but they weren't like totally zoned out. But
agreed.
It was fine. They had it in the bag. Surely they did have pretty substantial levels, and I mean, they ripped it pretty fast, but I guess with the Greninja, you have a good enough secure, and Oman Boozaloof will take this game 1.
Exactly, taking game 1. I think it also goes for Oman Boozaloof, where even if they lost it, it is Kyogre. It's not really the worst one to lose out, especially when you have such a massive lead. Vaporeon haters just didn't have a good foothold on the map regardless, so I doubt they'd be able to get enough points, because right now it's 4 digits for Oman Boozaloof, and we still have 30 seconds left on the clock, so they're looking for a few more knockouts on the way out to really pad that score and make this game look even more brutal than it already was.
I mean, I know Groudon is probably like the best map, quote unquote, but God, the healing, I mean, you just like perma sit on their home base pretty much. There's not much else to do at that point in the game, but yeah, just really strong work from Oman Boozaloof. I mean, starting off with that Hoopa invade, such a good Metagross jungle game as well. I mean, Boozaloof definitely had their number, but now they're gonna have to pivot a bit for the game 2.
And I think a big one is Traffy on that Greninja. Just such a powerful player with that Pokemon, where you don't want to ban Greninja. You don't want to say, okay, we got to ban that fully because there's so many other powerful Pokemon in this game for you to ban. But they didn't ban someone in that last spot anyways. So that the argument there could be you ban that away. If you're not going to ban anything at all, just take that at least. That at least gives you a little bit of a stronger game against Oman Buzaluf. But granted, it wasn't just Traffy who was playing well. Meowfil was doing great on that Mew. Mbok was being a terror on the Hoopa, constantly invading and trying to put pressure on the Vaporeon haters. Plus, Oman Buzaluf just looked more like a cohesive team throughout it all.
Yeah, maybe it was just the scaling on the side of Vaporeon haters just made it really difficult to kind of put their foot on the gas at any point throughout this game, especially with like the strong Reggie Alecki pushes and mind games that Buzaluf were able to execute. Here we have, I think, the first Reggie fight in that just demon secure from Traffy on that Greninja, and it just enables them to get some really good momentum.
And I think that actually is what it was. It was just a momentum that was picked up by Oman Buzaluf, because they had scaling on their side too. They needed to get towards those later stages to be just as powerful, but they got a little bit more of that lead early on, so they're able to completely outpace the Vaporeon haters. Metagross, Blastoise, Greninja all had evolved before Garchomp, Typhlosion, or Talonflame got a chance to.
Yeah, and it's kind of what you're able to do with those middle evolutions. Here we have, I feel like the first fight around this, I believe, last Reggie Alecki of the game. Vaporeon haters trying to make a play for it, but just didn't feel like the juice was worth the squeeze. Went top. Now we're back a bot for round 2 of this Reggie Alecki, which does go the way of Buzaluf, just kind of seals the deal for them there. But I mean, look at this map. They have Greninja scoring up top, Hoopa defending their tier 1 on the top side too, also prepping that final Reggie steal they were able to secure as well. And then I guess Traffy ripped it. They had all 5 of them positioned. I mean, all it takes is a stray from that Psyduck or Typhlosion for that to go a little worse, but Buzaluf with the secure just seals up that game 1.
Yeah, it's sealing up game 1, and then looking at this, because it is a series, it is best of 3. That means Vaporeon haters not out of this by any stretch, but they kind of really learned from that game and where it all went wrong. And honestly, I don't think it was the draft. The draft looked pretty fine. It was just the execution on the early game that really was their struggle. They wanted to have these fights, but it felt like every time we watched any of these little skirmishes, the little 1v1s, 2v2s, it was always Oman Buzaluf who were coming out ahead.
Definitely. They were just working together really well. I feel like making the right calls in terms of who they were targeting as a team and individually in those 1v1 situations. And maybe it just came down to the draft of it all. Is Metagross good into Garchomp? Not sure, but it sure looked good there. But we are doing... what's this draft called?
Fearless or All-Star?
Fearless. Yeah. I'm like, murder draft? I'm like, what? I forgot. It's been a while. So none of those Pokemon from game 1 will be available in any of the subsequent games of this series. So fans coming out this time are looking a little different. No Snorlax, no Blissey, no Umbreon, and I was going to say Machamp, but perhaps a support will be joining those ranks.
Okay. And the Skeledirge too, because Skeledirge was banned by Oman Buzaluf in the last game. Yveltal has made it through by Vaporeon haters. So does Oman Buzaluf decide to ban the legendary Pokemon or go for something that they had banned previously? They do take a legendary out, but it's Suicune. So Yveltal is wide open for Vaporeon haters.
Yeah, I would be remiss if that is not the first selection here, but there are a lot of supports out of the ranks here, and instead Oscatar is going to grab that Feraligatr, which I believe was also banned out in our game 1.
It was banned, so they're going for the trade, allowing the Yveltal to go over to Oman Buzlif, but they wanted that Feraligatr. I'm also looking at a lot of the defenders that are going to be left open, because with Blastoise and Crustle being banned by the Fearless Draft, they already have lost Umbreon and Snorlax from their own bans, meaning those champs, those Pokemon have really been whittled down at. So getting a Slowbro here for Qatar, and if it is the Trevenant, they're really making sure that getting those early, because it could be worse.
Yeah, and I mean, Trevenant and Eldegoss, not bad at all in terms of a support tank core surrounding that horrifying Feraligatr with all his different chompy bites he can do. I'm really excited to see this kind of like battle of the Titans in the Feraligatr and the Yveltal, but we also just got a Comfey and an Absol in our midst.
And I'm wondering if Nacho is going to go for a Palma as the last pick too, to go with that Comfey. So you have quite a selection for Comfey to be attached to. Yveltal, Absol, and depending on what Nacho's picks here, going to be great targets. Go for Buzzwole, early game pressure they're looking for, especially when you look at what Vaporeon haters have drafted. That Dragonite and Feraligatr going to be easy targets early on to try to punish, but Danny on that Sylveon is another target that if you can beat them while they're still Eevee, you can start snowballing out of control.
100%. Really love this Buzzwole pick as that gutter option for Oman. I mean, it is just such good anti-all-rounder core, and with the likes of that Feraligatr, the Dragonite, even Sylveon is a bit mid-range, so you can definitely access it with those jams and slams that Buzzwole does. Forgot the move. He's slamming them down, superpowering, etc.
Smackdown, the Ultra Swole Slam. Got all those
okay, you know them all. Perfect.
Tosses and all that stuff. But honestly, it's just, I like the draft that Oman Buzlif have gotten for themselves. The only issue I have is it is low range. You kind of talked about the range on the side of the Vaporeon haters, which isn't that great of range either, but at least it's a little bit more than what Oman Buzlif have drafted, which is essentially none.
I mean, Yveltal, I suppose. Gonna be honest, don't really know what Yveltal does, just know it's scary, but I am gonna find out right now in this game 2 of our semi-lower bracket finals.
So we see where everyone's going. It is going to be the Yveltal and Slowpoke in the bot, fighting up against Phantom and Eevee. The fight over every little bit of experience, as the Anthem got so close, narrowly gets back to the pad to grab some of those berries and fight over even more. But this time it is going to be Mephil securing control and utilizing that advantage they have with the legendary Pokemon already essentially being at what they need to, and then getting Qatar to evolve into Slowbro.
Yeah, you can see just how many points Mephil specifically has been able to grab for their side. Traffy in a bit of a pickle, tries to escape in the bush, but that Noodle is on a mission to KO streak for the Dragonair, and that is pretty much the opposite of how our game 1 went. Vaporeon haters already starting off hot this time.
That is one danger Noodle right there, picking up the double. And honestly, that is big for Vaporeon haters, because the Dratini stage is pretty weak and susceptible, but if you're able to get to Dragonair, it's surprising damage that it's able to do, and finding that double knockout was nice. Unfortunately, as we were watching there in the top chat, there's another double knockout, this time by Oman Buzlif, to kind of answer the play of the Dragonair.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonair went to invade the enemy jungle. I don't know how well that went for them. Looks like they were able to escape. I don't think they were KO'd by the Absol. Could be wrong, but that left the Totodile, now the Crocodile, to at least grab Vaporeon Haters jungle. This Buzzwole is looking pretty scary in that top path. We are having a bit of a fight in the central area, but Boozaloof just able to get their troops in there a bit faster. Sylveon, the Slowbro actually going to be the one getting that KO. Sylveon's target didn't quite make it to the Pokemon Center.
Right there, Oman Boozaloof getting, I think, a little lucky in the play, but now overextending, looking for those points, allowing the knockout to pick up So now Dragonite is on the Thea Sky Ruins, and this is where you have to start fearing. Dragonite, very powerful and already hitting level 9.
Yeah, may not be the scariest in terms of Unite moves, but that Hyper Beam can do so much damage when it has its stacks up and at 'em, which this Pokemon's been around for quite a while, so I'm sure pretty well versed in the ways of the Dragonite. So I am glad they were able to prioritize that evolution, because they're kind of running shop in this bot path right now, and this Buzzwole may be large as well when the Buzz and the Absol finally come together. It might not be great news, but Vaporeon Haters grabbing the Regice and looking to make a push in the face of this Absol Unite move. Gets a little got. They're putting everything into that Dragonite, but it's not enough. Walks away.
The Draco Impact to dodge the last bits of damage and survive with a knockout on top of it. That would have been a massive knockout for Oman Boozaloof to stop that snowballing Dragonite, but couldn't get it, and now still have to fear level 10 as they have found the Buzzwole and they have squashed the bug with that Comfey alongside it, getting Feraligatr some XP too.
Yeah, Oscatar, I feel like kind of just was a little quiet while Dragonite took over, was able to get their levels up in this top path. And now they're locked in, online. All of the carries on Vaporeon Haters have a level lead at this point, thanks to that Reg Ice. Now they have the Alecki walking toward Boozaloof as well. What a different game already. Vaporeon Haters just seem to be so much more comfortable with this kind of comp.
And to me, a lot of it is on show. This Dragonite looking so clean in this game. Getting that early XP, getting past the weak spot of that level 3, level 4, and now has been absolutely destroying the team, making sure they're getting these leads elsewhere. Level 12 already.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Traffy just use an Absol Unite move again, but we're gonna get the Eldegoss Unite move to answer, get that HP back up for show. 4 members of Vaporeon Haters down in this bottom path. It's on 1 point. They could get a huge overcap down here. Slowbro goes down, and that's exactly what show's gonna do. 45 points into that tier 1. No more tier 1s left for Boozaloof, and there's about to be 1 on the side of Vaporeon Haters after that Buzz Dunk.
At least for Oman Boozaloof, that was a pretty good overcap as well to kind of answer what had happened in the bot path. But the thing for me is Buzzwole is all about the early game. You're a dominating Mon that can absolutely crush early game and snowball your team. But what do you do when your team wasn't able to kind of follow off of your lead and find themselves in better positions and now have to deal with this Dragonite and Feraligatr being so scary?
Yeah, I mean, we really need Buzzwole to step it up for this front line for Boozaloof, especially with the slow bro. And it looks like they were able to catch that Trevenant way far in. Now they have this momentum. The manpower to push. Feraligatr almost catches that Yveltal, but the Slowbro Unite move stops him in his tracks. Looks like Boozaloof is going to keep pushing this goal zone, but Vaporeon Haters able to defend, get the KO on the bro. And I mean, not bad defense from the Vaporeon Haters. Okay, that was nasty. How did he know?
That slam was beautiful out of show. The overstep from Oman Boozaloof punished by Vaporeon Haters as they are chasing and they're looking for even more, but they gotta be careful. Their Feraligatr opted to go to the top path looking for that Reggie while the rest of the team is committed into this fight. Nachos might be the target, but they're looking to see if they can get show. It's gonna be the knockout for Trevenant, helped out with the Phantom Force, and now they've got the knockout on a Slowbro, but Absol's trying to clean up Trappy. Got rid of the tree. They haven't gotten the dragon down. Show using as much of that dance as possible to get the damage and waiting. Trappy looking for that opportunity to get on the Show, but missing the target. And they do trade 1 for 1. But it's going to be better for the Vaporeon haters as they got the Regieleki in the top path.
Yeah, good macro from Oscatar securing that for the team. I mean, definitely not super ideal to have our level 14 Dragonite go down to that Yveltal, but still holding strong in terms of levels. No 14s on the side of Oman. They may be able to tick in closer for Nachos on the Buzzwole once they secure this Reg Ice, but there is only about 15 seconds until this final objective of the game, and Vaporeon haters has been looking pretty good, but I can't help but notice they're lacking some Unite moves still.
That's going to be the big thing, is all 5 Unite moves for Oman Boozloof are up, but we are missing that Phantom Forest for Vaporeon haters. Maybe not the most important one, but you want every power point possible. With a lead only at about 111 for Vaporeon haters. They can get punished, especially when their tree gets chopped down so quickly like that. They're doing a little bit of damage back to Nachos, but not enough. They found the Dragonite, the big target for Oman Boozloof, as now they're going for the cleanup. They are looking for their victory too. We're slamming back the Eldegoss, and with the Feraligatr, the next target. Double for Yveltal. Only Danny on Sylveon is left, looking for a steal, but no way in hell was that gonna be. It is Oman Boozloof's game. They have now gotten themselves the Kyogre, dunking in the points to take the lead. They are looking for the 2-0 sweep over Vaporeon haters.
Wow, not sure who was shot calling on the side of Boozloof, but great intuition to just W key once that Trevenant kind of walked into the wrong bush, met all 5 members of Boozloof, and then they decided to go for it. I mean, not an insurmountable score differential at this point. It does look like the Buzzwole and the Comfey are going to be getting some, I was going to say big, sizable dunks in the top path. Big from the side of the Comfey. Still not horrible, but with these shields, Absol kind of taking a lot of damage from that Dragonite. I just don't know if Vaporeon haters has the sustain to make this push work.
And now they've lost their Dragonite. That was their ace. That was what they were relying on all game, and without it, you can see how Oman Boozloof, they understand. They got this in the bag. They were down all game, but when it counted the most, they showed up, and they will be moving on to the finals.
Wow, really, really strong set from both of these teams. I mean, I feel like Boozloof just had such a clean end game. I mean, they knew the assignment, they had their number, and they didn't lose hope, you know, like, not that they were necessarily down and out, but Vaporeon haters was winning most, if not every engage throughout that entire game. They had a level difference that was pretty substantial. I mean, 14 versus 13 can be pretty scary, especially on that Feraligatr, but the standout was Show, and once that he collapsed, wasn't able to get the Unite move off, get out of dodge, Miffil and Traffy just kind of ran through that end game.
And I got to give a lot of props out to Nachos. Great target selection in those last 2 fights that led up to the Kyogre. Both times finding a target, both times it happened to be the Trevenant. Just overextended a little bit, and they looked for that immediately before the rest of the team could collapse. And without your Trevenant, without your front line to kind of absorb a lot of the pressure for Show, you could see how Oman Boozloof had a much easier time in a lot of these fights, where earlier on they couldn't deal with that Dragonite because he always had something in front of him, say that Trevenant, or even followed up by things like the Feraligatr. But with it's just missing that one means that it's an easier time for Oman Boozloof to get rid of Show.
Yeah, and I mean, the team did such a good job throughout the game. Like, positioning with Show. I just think when the Trevenant fell, I don't think they were necessarily like obviously looking for the engage even when the Trev fell. So unlucky, but also, I mean, Trevenant was doing his job, was checking, trying to find the other team. Just with that Buzzwell repositioning, it can be really detrimental, especially in the pit where not a lot of room.
That's why I got to give a lot of credit to Nachos. It was just about how they were playing on Buzzwell. And this is something I was asking. Early game Buzzwell, you're about dominating the lane. You're about trying to win those 1v1, the 2v1s. What do you do later into the game? The answer, you catch someone and get them out of position so your team could then follow up and actually get the proper targets. What you see right there, had already gotten rid of that Trevenant, then looked for the Dragonite as the next target selection. Perfectly done from Oman Buzaloof, playing from behind, yet still looking so good at it.
Yeah, 100%. And it just feels like the Feraligatr wasn't able to get into their groove very well that game. I mean, I've never played Feraligatr, don't know how that guy works. So, not sure, if the comp just wasn't, I don't know. Because it was obviously a first pick for Vaporeon haters, so building a comp around the Feraligatr makes it much more difficult to actually play the character, but GG's to both of these teams. We will be seeing Oman in our grand finals in just a little bit, but for now I think we're going to take a little break.
Hello. Welcome back after an exciting best of 3 in our last series. We now know who is going to be joining Rework Esports Core in the finals. Oman Buzloof having quite a dominant performance there against Vaporeon haters as well. We are just talking about that in the break. That second game looked like Vaporeon haters were going to take it, but Oman Buzloof, they came in clutch when it mattered, and now they rightfully got themselves into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of what you need to get through a lower bracket run to make it back to this grand finals. I mean, just never give up, always know what your win con is, and just play to it. It's so simple. But we are getting into our very first game of this grand finals. This is a best of 5. So we'll see just how many games these teams play out in this format. Some of the bans off the rip are Umbreon, Ghatlue, and they take away that Traffy Gren.
I'm not too surprised. Too many times has that Greninja just popped off here. And a fun story here is that Oman Buzloof are the reigning champions for the EUL from last season as well. So getting back into the finals for the mid-season invitational, I think it's only proper that you have the reigning champions here to try to defend a title. Even if it's only halfway through this season, they still want to make sure they're getting every single title possible.
Yeah, exactly. It's about the principle, not exactly what time in the season it is. Final 2 bans of this draft being the Hoopa and the Blastoise. Priority pick going to Esport Core, and they're grabbing that Blissey immediately.
Not surprised at all. Having that left through, Crustle could be another great pick with that Skeleturge. I like a lot of this draft from both teams so far, but it is the thing that's going to be fun here. It is that fearless draft, and it's a best of 5. If we manage to get all the way to game 5, you are going the most bottom of the barrel picks possible. You are really digging deep in your Pokemon pool. But here in game 1, that is not the case. That's why we see Feraligatr and Psyduck for the Rework Esports Core, and then Mega Lucario here for Nachos. Another one of those classic picks, but this time it's Nachos getting it.
Yeah, man, I wish we had Mega Greninja.
I know, right?
As much as I was not high on the Megas, or like the revival of the Megas when we got them in the fall of last year, I am just kind of a Lucario enjoyer in general. So excited to see that Mega variation get picked up. Definitely some like not so surprising picks, and some I'm like, huh? Like Traffy grabbing that Ceruledge. Like we said, this is a best of 5, so you might want to kind of spread out your power picks. Maybe sprinkle them in with some. I feel like Ceruledge isn't even that niche. It's just not what I was expecting, especially since we kind of already, I guess Mega Lucario isn't as tanky as you want him to be, so getting another bruiser that does fill that slot a bit better, has some great rip. Ceruledge does that pretty well.
And having something like Revenant Ren 2 is going to be really important for the team. Something that can get a lot, if they can land it onto a large amount of players. You can have the follow-up from Nachos with the Aura Cannon to really start nuking down the opposition. But I'm also looking at what Rework Esports Core drafted themselves. Double supporters in both Psyduck and Blissey. They're going to be a difficult team to actually take down. If you mess up like the burst once for even half a second, they're just going to heal back up so quickly and have such great tools to kind of bounce back into these fights. Then you have a Feraligatr, you have an Absol that are going to be terrorizing your backline. As long as the Espeon can kind of kite for themselves and defend themselves, they're going to be doing it fantastic in this one, but it's all dependent on how they perform. We are in the grand finals. Rework Esports Core taking on the reigning champions in Oman Buzloof.
Yeah, and already that Psyduck Espeon lane in the bottom path looks horrible to deal with, but Double and Fuecoco not totally helpless here by any means. Gonna be fighting over these Bunnelbees. No funny business, no invades in this first game. Everyone's sticking to their lanes, to their jungles, and just trying to get this farm. Looking pretty even in the bottom lane as far as these points go. Taking a look up top, it does look like Lucario has quite a bit in his pocket. Absol making an appearance in this bottom path. Really quick gank. I mean, nice. I don't think Absol's gotten nerfed since it's gotten buffed, right? I think he's still rocking the buffs. Tell me if I'm wrong.
So I think you're right. I think you're right, but great. Looking at that top path there, we see the fight go the way of Boozloo. Even if narrowly, that's enough for them to win, get themselves some points dunked in, and unfortunately for revenge, a little bit too late to be able to get revenge for the top path.
Yeah, was able to at least get them off of that goal zone, but yeah, it seems like Totodile struggles a bit in this early game, especially when you're looking at these already evolved supports and a Lucario that's kind of good from the jump, but is so much squishier in this mega iteration. Absol was ready for them to take advantage of the Totodile. I mean, you see the Totodile in lane, you kind of want to run at it, and really great macro from Revenge, knowing that that was coming and to be there to catch them.
Oh, and then the brutality there of that invade of Psyduck all by them lonesome, and Ceruledge kind of getting caught out of that one, thinking, oh, I can take the Psyduck on, that's fine. Then suddenly you're dealing with an Absol and the first damage that comes with that. Great play so far from Rework Esports Core, gaining a Regidrago off the back of all that.
Yeah, I know. I was like, how did Fry even get up in that position? Just left Espeon down there by their lonesome, but the positioning really worked out. Having control and vision over that middle area, kind of where the Psyduck is just walking down now, can be really, really helpful. So good stuff from Esport Core. They do have even numbers in both of these lanes for Alligator. Finally, a big Gator and can fight for themselves against this Lucario, but it's not enough. They are just kind of poking and prodding at one another. Esport Core has to back it up in this top path, but it seems like they're still maybe pushing bot side, even though Absol has to respawn in.
I will say, though, those crunches do so much damage from Alligator. Absolutely evil. It is such great burst damage, but speaking of burst damage, you had to deal with a Ceruledge once they get on top of you as Espeon. It's difficult, but Revenge trying to get revenge. Revenant Ren turning it around, and they get themselves that Reggie steal and then get the knockout onto Absol. Psyduck trying to drag him back in, but it doesn't matter because now they've got the backup here. They've got that Skeleturge online.
Yeah, despite the levels on Absol popping its Unite move, that engage and that objective down bot goes to Oman, but Esport Core at least got the Selecki top side, pushed it in. I don't think they're going to be able to get many points off of it. Eldegoss getting a cheeky little fiber, maybe? No, I think they're just kind of being silly, goofy up there. Oh, they're defending.
Yeah,
defending, just chilling.
And for Alligator not dunking because it was at 19 points, they wanted to get the most overdunk possible with the Regilucky. But unfortunately, now they have the backup there and they have to deal with a 2v1. And unfortunately for Alligator, it was a Mega Lucario, so they get run down. Now points dunked on the other side as we find a knockout for Revenge in the central path, finding it doubled up as well.
Yeah, it just feels like these teams are going tit for tat a bit. Once one thing goes well for the other team's able to find some value elsewhere. Speaking of over caps, this one is about to be big for Esport Core down in that bottom path, giving them about 100 points in the lead so far. Eldegoss has just been on defense duty up top. I don't even think we have another objective spawning in up here. It's just looking like Esport Core. You know, they already broke that tier 1 down bot. Okay, there's the clock.
Oh, and look at that. I love watching that Feraligatr just run with the big bite, but ran right into 5 on the other side, and it is a trade 2 for 1. Not necessarily the one you want, actually finding another one. There's going to be 3 down as they are barely going to be respawning, but Revenge trying to send more to the Pokemon Center, missing the Unite move, and with that X-Scissor has to run away. Psyduck taking the attention away.
Yeah, Fry doing what they can, but Esport Core looking to make another push here. They have all 5 of their team members in this top path. Absol looking like it's taking a detour down bot, where that's where Oman has sent some of their players to as well. The Reggie Ice goes down to Oman in the bottom path. Meanwhile, this Alecki is getting ripped down by Esport Core. They're looking to gain some value. I was really scared of that Crustle. They're so lucky the Crustle got stunned, maybe misplaced the wall a little bit, but that Alecki does break the other tier 1 on the side of Oman.
God, those bites, those crunches, I mean, are just so
nasty.
much damage. Here's the Aura Cannon with the Revenant Ren ripping apart the Espeon Psyduck combo as they are chasing down that Blissey who's going the wrong way. Got a long way back to safety, but will waddle their way out of there.
Yeah, God love that Psyduck. I mean, that ult combo of Seru and Mega Lucario, I don't feel like it's something I see very often, if ever, and it was pretty nasty. It was around the 340 mark, so probably was just, time for both them to use it or have to wait until this Kyogre spawn, but it looked really awesome in tandem.
It did. And that's the thing I was afraid of for Esports Core, as we have another 2v3, a nice rip on the Feraligatr, as Absol, when they're best to get some damage, has Psyduck and Blissey to back them up. The double supporter, but they get the heals in time to bring back up Absol, and now it's up to the Espeon as they drag in the Eldegoss. But it's going to be more the attention you have to put on the Traffy matter, as those are going to be the scarier targets. You have 30 seconds left until Kyogre will spawn.
Yeah, Oman already getting in position, trying to zone out Esport Core as much as possible. I mean, yeah, Absol has just been trying to do so much work, but it just feels like this Feraligatr, if it's not like making the engage, if it gets engaged upon, it's really hard for it to pivot and stay up when you have Oman prioritizing getting that thing out of their faces. Kyogre is on the field. We already have a Mega Lucario up and Adam. I mean, the Unite move from the Psyduck coming out, trying to deter some of that damage from the Mega Luca. Blissey forced to Unite, does not connect. Boozaloof looking pretty clean in this fight. Barely any Unite moves used.
And they are the ones in control of the Kyogre. They're trying to zone everyone out before fully ripping it down to 50%. They know Revenge is ready. It's taken. It's the Cerulege secure. And with the knockout on the Psyduck, Feraligatr forced to ult away, but couldn't escape. Absol is down, and Oman Boozaloof, when the pressure matters the most, they continue to show up.
Yeah, really clean from Boozaloof. I mean, they controlled that pit from 30 seconds prior to Kyogre coming in up until it was off of the map. It was a little scary. Espeon and Absol were lurking in the shadows, aka the bushes, but it can just be so hard when to know to go in. I mean, like, that thing could take a minute to tap down, or it can be gone in a flash. And I mean, once Oman Boozaloof felt comfortable, they started ripping it, and there's really wasn't a ton of time for Espeon and Absol to get in there and get that last hit on it. But all in all, really great coordination out of Boozaloof.
Especially between Traffy and Nachos. The Mega Lucario Cerulege combination, really fun stuff to watch. As you said, I don't think I've ever really seen that drafted competitively together, and you can see how well it can work together. Normally you'd want one or the other, but when you put them together, you will be melted. You're gonna be gone back to the Pokemon Center in a flash.
Yeah, the damage is just nasty, and I feel like there's like a bit of a like stun from the Sarah ledge that like if Nachos is like paying attention or like knows it's coming, can just like launch either of those Mega Lucario abilities in there, and it is just a little cooked for the team, and it just makes it hard for like a Blissey who is running eggs to do its job, because it's almost like a speedster where like the damage comes out so much and so fast that like you don't have the time to react with heals fast enough.
Yeah, like right there, you just see the Revenant Rend, and you get locked down for just that brief window. But that's enough, because I've always seen Cerulean Edge more as a speedster than an all-rounder because of how much damage you can do. Yeah, you have Bitter Blade, you can go for more of the all-rounder style, but you do so much damage that you essentially are a speedster. And when you back that up with something like Mega Lucario, it looks so nice. But I do want to give a lot of props to Rework Esports Court in this game. It was a very back and forth game. It was on a razor's edge for nearly the entirety of it. It just came down to that final play, the conviction from your reigning champions, Oman Buzliv. You expect nothing less.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like especially Absol on the side of Esport Core was like getting pretty good Unite moves off, but I almost feel like the problem was Buzaloof would like group up, so like when there's more people in the Absol AoE Unite move, the damage gets spread out as opposed to being like concentrated. And I feel like it just made those Absol Unite moves like a lot less impactful. Here we just have this end game. You can kind of see the Absol and the Espeon in this pit, but I mean, the Psyshock's kind of close, not gonna lie. Like, if they had gotten in there like a smidge sooner, like, but you can just see, like, they're watching and it just goes down so fast. But good on Buzaloof for not being, like, lazy with it. It can be easy to feel like, oh, we got this, to not maybe put your best smite forward, but I feel like they got the job
done. Look at the Espeon, too. I was watching the Espeon.
So
if you... like half a second earlier, if you launch your ability half a second earlier, you steal that away and you steal that game. But unfortunately, that's how it goes. It's a matter of inches in a game like Pokemon Unite, and it just wasn't going the way of REC this time around. Oman Buzliv, though, riding high off of their last series victory, the 2-0 sweep they got over the Vaporeon haters, and starting off the grand finals with a really good game one. They really do seem like they are on a tear now, having gotten knocked down into the lower bracket earlier. They really want to prove why they are the reigning champions, and they're showing up in the most amazing way possible.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice to kind of keep those win streaks going. I just feel like having that confidence and that boost. I mean, obviously, Esport Core has been on the winner's side, so they've also been riding that wave as well, and these two teams didn't meet, at least in our bracket today, so kind of their first times facing each other, at least separate from the league of it all. They obviously know these players, know each other, have been playing against each other, so it's been a fun matchup already, and I'm excited to see how Esport Core wants to handle these next couple games.
Especially with the Fearless, and it's a best of 5. I really want us to get to Game 5, because it gets silly watching what teams have to do. They have to jump through so many hoops to make a cohesive team once you get to Game 5 in Fearless Draft. Sometimes it is wild. Plus, for me, a big Cramorant fan, there's more likelihood that players actually will bring out the bird. So fingers crossed that we can get to there.
Yeah, we shall see. I don't even know. It's hard because they keep adding Pokemon, but I think it was maybe during ACL this past year when they were doing Fearless Draft. Like, they didn't technically have enough Pokemon for a Game 5. But I could be wrong. Maybe there's enough now.
There should be enough. Because I remember even when they started doing it, there should be just enough. It's just
probably
enough.
Fine.
So, and now they've added a lot more. So you have a lot more possibilities to this one. So it's fun though. I like seeing what players have to do and seeing what they have to dig out of the basement in order to play. Like even just looking at it and seeing like what mons rarely ever get touched. Like Tinkaton would be fun to see get played here. Get some Wigglytuff action.
Oh yeah.
You know, Greedent getting back into the swing of things. So we'll see what teams are capable of if we get to that point. Because right now, Oman Boosaloof, they are looking unstoppable. In fact, the only team that was able to stop them was Diff, who unfortunately did have to drop out of the tournament, allowing Oman Boosaloof their ride into the grand finals.
Yeah, but to add to the mix, Diff was beat by Rework Esport Core. So we do have an interesting little triangle going on right now for these teams, but game number 2 draft getting underway. You can see the mons that were already selected on the sides of our screen. So whole new compositions for both of these teams. We'll see, you know, if they maybe saved anything or what exactly they want to do in this game too. I feel like Comfey seems to be a game 2 type of support pick, but we know it's not going to be Umbreon, Yveltal, or Blastoise. Not sure what's going on with the Boosaloof bans.
Yeah, we'll double check to make sure that that's just a glitch or if they're actually going for no bans. So give me a sec.
Yeah, all good. Can be a strategy.
Oh yeah, definitely can. I have seen that before where teams have opted not to ban anything because with Fearless, they're looking to get so many of these Pokemon that normally would get banned. Like right here, looking like it looks like it is really no bans. So they opted for no bans at all. Hoopa, Blastoise, Snorlax, all open that they can take. Typhlosion still up on the board. There's that Greninja. In fact, since they swapped sides, it was Oman Boosaloof who didn't ban them, which gave Rework Esports Core that opportunity to steal away Traffy's clutch pick that has worked out so well for them. And now Blastoise picked up by Oman Boosaloof.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad draft for Boosaloof. Freaking snipe shot, I assume, in Teleon. I guess it could be the liquidation, but those long-range snipes seem to hit pretty hard. So yeah, kind of fun from Boosaloof, just going no bans. Esport Core bringing out that Delmise, which we have seen a bit of already. Alcremie coming out, and we're gonna see what Boosaloof wants. But
I adore these compositions, both sides. I love what they're doing. Great front-to-back team fight composition for Oman Boosaloof with the flankers in both Traffy and Nachos that can be menaces. While on the other side, you have amazing pick potential with a Delmise, but also great front line with Snorlax to make sure you are keeping alive both the Greninja and Mewtwo Y. Then you mix in an Alcremie into that cake batter, and it is looking beautiful.
Yeah, I love Alcremie. I think it can be so powerful when played around with correctly. Still kind of wish the dollops were like a little more obvious on the UI. I feel like it's very easy to miss them, but that's just a personal complaint. I'm really excited for Volto on this Delmise. I mean, just can put in so much work, and is going to kind of have to with this double attacker comp. I mean, Greninja, a bit of a speedster, more or less, since I would imagine we're going to see some surfing out of it, but if it's not in the hands of Traffy, I guess it really could be anything, and Shurikens isn't horrible.
Right, and then you have a Mewtwo Y too for great range. There's a lot of options you could go when you have the Greninja. Do you want to go for more of the speedster type build where you're looking for the flanks, or are you just going to try to stand behind the Snorlax with your Mewtwo Y, be one of two carries, so it's really hard for Oman Boosaloof to decide because you have to choose one of them, but if you're not choosing the other, that means they're going to get a lot of damage on you regardless, and that's why you have that Delmise too to help either fight back to them, keep them defensive, or be aggressive as we have loaded up to the Theia Sky Ruins for Game 2. Oman Buzaluf starting off with a 1-0 lead. Rework Esports Core, though, they went through the winner's bracket to get here into the grand finals, and they want to make sure they are winning this game to get an even state.
Yeah, and wow, looking at Buzaluf's comp, I'm just realizing how many 3-stage evolutions they are rocking. It's 4, that's kind of a lot, but obviously these mons do hit some good scaling points along the way. Meanwhile, this Mewtwo Y just raining down damage. It's going to be the Milcery up top grabbing that first KO, as it looks like it was just a 2v2 situation. Yeah. We do have both junglers coming down to the bot path now. Oman Buzaluf picking up a KO of their own.
Yeah, right off screen down south. We didn't even get to see that one as the Fletchender gets themselves that knockout and now moving fast through the central path, looking for those Nachos and maybe even looking for a top path play.
Nachos looking for some nachos, and by nachos I mean EXP from the farm. It is a Trick Hoopa, which I honestly love to see. Trick is so much fun, especially Trick Fandom Force with a Bravebird Talonflame. I don't know if we're gonna see Bravebird Talonflame, but that is some of the original sauce, and it's pretty fun. Man, I bet running Trick with the submission Machamp is gonna be pretty nasty too.
I agree. I'm a big Machamp fan. I think that more people should play it. The unstoppable that you get when you're running at people for your submission is always a lot of fun. So seeing how they're kind of looking for that play at the moment, we're just setting up, waiting, getting that farm, especially as you said, Oman Buzaluf, they are very reliant on their evolutions. So many 3-stage evolutions mean that early on into the game, they do have to play a little bit more defensively to get those key evolutions and not fall too far behind a team that already has most of the things that they need to, because they're either single-stage evolutions or just 1-stage evolution in all creamy.
Right, good secure from Buzaluf. They do have the Talonflame online already at that level 8 mark. No level 9s, no Unite moves yet for either team as we get into 30 to 20 seconds until these first objectives are spawning in. Rework Esport Core putting a lot of members up in this top path. Looks like they're going to prioritize up here, try to find some value, but there are quite a few members of Buzaluf here as well, able to defend this goal zone, just kind of gathering information on what exactly is going on and what they want to do next.
It's going to be the Regirock, as barely missing that anchor shot. Valto instead going to go back and make sure they're getting that while we see Traffy get some damage onto the Snorlax, but Rygo not really going to be hurt too bad from that one. Team securing the objective easily. Nice anchor shot there, landing on to the Machoke, but no further action. Instead, looking to rotate down south as Ghatlue had been picked up by Oman Buzaluf.
Yeah, not a bad 2v4 situation up top for Buzaluf, while giving the rest of their team some time to get that Ghatlue down bot. It is a Liquidation Inteleon by the way, and a Shuriken Greninja by the looks of it, so lots of trying to lock on to the enemy. Talonflame Unite move going in, wants to take advantage of this Ghatlue walking into that tier 1, and it's going to be Blastoise getting it off of the map.
Yeah, and they actually fully just got rid of the pad, and now with that advantage, they are quickly moving around the map. I kind of like that from Oman Buzaluf. They're not really giving time for Rework Esports Core to feel comfortable, as they're constantly trying to make a play everywhere possible, which means that Rework Esports Core, they kind of feel like they have to keep up, but by trying to keep up, they're falling behind in certain aspects. Thankfully, they at least were able to have some of these fights go their way, so they're not that far behind in XP.
Yeah, only Talonflame up top right now. Machamp took a little jungle detour, was being super patient as the Machoke with
nice
the
grab.
Hoopa. Huge grab from Loco, forces to fly out of Nachos. big cake from the Alcremie Delmise, running, anchoring in to that Inteleon, but it's going to be Talonflame who gets the KO on that Greninja. Delmise falls as well. Huge fight for Boozeloof.
And it looked like they were the team that was going to struggle. It looked like a pick on to Nachos, but the turnaround as all players ready for it and completely punish Rework Esports Core, who now are back in the fight, but it's a low health view. Can't really help defend against that Registeel that's already been picked up. They do find the burst onto Machamp, but now they have to block to survive because Talonflame looking again with the fly to try to find the knockouts. Heavy slam, another grab missing because he was able to surf away. Blastoise gonna get out of there while the rest of the team down south in the bot path, and they completely take the inner pad while the team still fights in the top with the Hydro Typhoon. They are still trying to just get rid of that Blastoise. It took them so long to do so.
Blastoise successfully keeping that tier 1 up in a 1v5 situation was crazy. I can't believe the goal is still there. I thought, I was like, oh, he'll be able to stall a little bit. No, fully defended the goal, got some dunks in, but obviously they weren't detrimental. They were probably just like too quick for them to stop it. Really amazing macro from Oman Boozeloof. Esport Core gonna try to get some points in down in the bottom path since they weren't able to dunk, I'm sure, as much as they had wanted to top side, but Boozeloof is coming in, and I just feel like they're gonna do everything they can to defend this goal zone, but I'm not sure if it'll be enough.
With the Alcremie Supreme trying to give them the heals and the shields. There's a low health bars on Oman Boozeloof. They've already lost Blastoise. No more heroics from this defender. Instead, they're chasing into the Flux Zone. Fly, getting the burst onto Greninja, taking him down. But with these dunks and over dunks, it is finally going to be the bot pad falling.
Yeah, that was definitely needed from the side of Esport Core, even though it maybe wasn't as many points as they had wanted. Just getting closer and closer. Also, just getting the tier 1 off of the map prior to the final fight can be pretty helpful to not have that healing pad for them to run back to. Esport Core gonna lose that Delmise, giving away this Regirock. It looks like for free. They had that Talonflame fly lurking to make sure it would go their way. Only about 20 seconds until this final objective, and no one's really lurking center just yet. Boozeloof being a little cautious walking in. They think Esport Core maybe has more hold there than they actually do, but Esport Core going to be hovering topside since that's where they have that tier 1.
This is kind of what I mean. Oman Boozeloof have been forcing a lot of these plays where Rework Esports Core just have been behind in almost every single one of them. And that has led to quite a experience difference as we see in the base. It is the dunk from Nachos. Groudon has been started as a pull onto Hoopa. He's unbound, 50% on the Groudon. Fluffy Cream Supreme trying to give him the shields as Blastoise surfs right past them, but they've got Greninja. Now the pull as they're doing their best to try to get rid of a champ, but it's going to be Inteleon who falls. 25 on a Groudon. Nobody has secured it just yet. Heavy slam onto 2. Trying to get the pull back, but Trappy goes right back into it. He's trying to burst it. It's Talonflame that takes it. Oman Boozeloof, they got it in their bags, and now they're finding the knockouts, trying to get rid of Snorlax, healing up, but with the surrender, Oman Boozeloof up 2-0.
All things looking up for Boozeloof. I mean, it was a little scary in that end engage because Alcremie was able to give a lot of HP to Blastoise and Delmise on the side of Esport Core. Like, they were pretty much all full HP when that Kyogre was, like, at less than half HP. They were obviously topside, so not the ideal position to be in if you're trying to secure the Kyogre for any of those Mons. But I feel like Boozeloof, like, didn't rush into it super fast. I feel like they made sure they knew who was up, who was not, where they were, and TTAR with those Blastoise Unite moves has just been spot on. But really, Nachos was just on their necks that whole game.
Yeah, Nachos was playing out of their mind on that Talonflame, but it's hard for me to say like which one was better, Nachos or Qatar, because that Blastoise 1v5, I think that stops any momentum that Rework Esports Core could have gotten to have a better fight at Groudon that actually could have led to this being a 1-1 series. I think a lot of the problems for Rework Esports Core can be drawn all the way back to that play. They were, like I said, a lot of the times during that game, they were constantly on the back foot. They were always reactive, trying to answer what Omon Boozeloof were doing instead of being the proactive team and trying to set up the plays for their own victory.
Yeah, 100%. There were some like good opportunities. I mean, Volto had some demonic grabs with that Delmise, but it just felt like, I don't know, like Boozeloof was like too like slippery. I mean, they do have a lot of mons that have like a good amount of movement, both in that like liquidation moveset with the Inteleon, and like all of those all-rounders have means of escaping. So it just felt like even if Volto was able to nab them, they had a lot in their kit to kind of react to that.
Yeah, and like right there, you see Volto getting a great pick into the back line, but there's just no follow-up. There's not really much they can do afterwards. So you get the lockdown onto the targets, but because you're no longer defending your own backline, now you have Nachos running rampant into your carries, getting rid of the Greninja or the Mewtwo Y, getting rid of all creamy, so no fluffy cream supremes. It was honestly just looking at Omon Boozeloof, they're just playing perfectly in these games.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, like the Surf Blastoise versus the Hook Delmise. They almost like work perfectly against each other. So you have Esport Core diving in so deep. Meanwhile, Qatar is just pushing the rest of their allies away. So, I mean, it just kind of depends on how these fights split up. But I feel like Qatar just had a really good eye for those Surf maneuvers. Here you can see that kind of trio of Esport Core doing a pretty good job staying alive, but they just had to kite too far north. Meanwhile, Boozeloof just expert control over this pit. Qatar times these Blastoise Unite moves really, really well. So if Groudon's not knocking you up, Blastoise is maybe knocking you up. They have multiple smites on this, I almost said bird dragon guy. Sun
well, it was
demon.
The bird that got it, so.
Yeah. Good stuff from both these teams. I mean, Esport Core is like putting in work. I just feel like Boozeloof, like, it kind of feels like they're in the flow state right now.
They really are. It's. I think that's a great way to say it, because it's not like Rework Esports Core is playing poorly. Against most teams, they probably would win these last two games. It just happens to be that Omon Boozeloof are playing godlike in this series. They're just absolutely crazy with how they're playing. And it's not just one or two players that you go, oh, it's this one player. That's the reason. This game was almost entirely Qatar playing out of their mind on that Blastoise. The game before, a lot of that could be onto the synergy between Traffy and Nachos. It's the team working well together to find whoever needs to step up in the moment, finally finding that the limelight and really popping off.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, Qatar or Nachos can't do their job unless everyone else is doing their job, especially when you have so many mons that like want XP. Being able to like prioritize who gets what when. Like, Machoke and Hoopa were like running shop top path for most of that early to mid game. So obviously they were stuck at Machoke maybe longer than they would like, but for the collective, that is just like what needs to happen for scaling to work. So, I mean, everyone was doing their job, kind of like what you were saying. But yeah, excited for our game number 3. We'll see if the no ban strategy will come back this time around, but I don't know. I feel like there's maybe still some things on the board you might not just want to deal with at all.
Last time, Omon Boozeloof went with the cheesy strategy of not banning at all, letting more Pokemon through, which enabled them to get that Blastoise. I'm curious to see if they're going to do so again, or if they're actually going to ban something like more meta. They take away the Charizard Y, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I feel like when you have a lot of things off the board that maybe the good counters to the Charizard Y, I could definitely see it being annoying to deal with in this kind of draft. It's just kind of fun to see what these players cook up. Obviously, they're in the league, so they get a little more practice other than just ranked, but it's just kind of a unique format. So exciting to see what these bans have come to be, which is basically supports and tanks in Charizard Y.
Interesting, though. Taking away not things that are more in the meta necessarily, but taking away things that they think can be picked in the draft now that we are quite through a lot of these. So getting rid of things that normally you wouldn't see except in a draft like Fearless, but Yveltal somehow finds their way through it regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, the strategy of banning out the supports and tanks is there's already not a lot of them. Maybe your support player hates Sableye, but that's the only one left, like, it could also just eliminate a lot of potential comfort picks for these players, pending how deep their pool goes. We do see that Vaporeon and the Mew finally freed from the bans. I know it was banned the last round, so I believe it was banned in our game 1 as well. Nacho's grabbing the Blaziken, and Mamoswine coming out. I feel like Mamoswine's so good, but
me too. But Mamoswine does not get enough credit. I think more players should play Mamoswine. I think it's hard when you have things like Snorlax, Blastoise, that kind of take away a lot of the attention. But Mamoswine is still really strong, and I like seeing that here with Nachos onto that Blaziken, but it's indexing towards that late game again. Seems like normally where a team indexes towards late game, you're worried if they're gonna get snowballed on, if they're gonna fall apart too early on. But it seems like Oma and Boozaloof still play very aggressive regardless when they have things that want to scale, as they get Traffy onto the Cinderace, kind of the fallback when not on that Greninja, and Mbok onto the Latios.
Yeah, love this Latios pick. The Decidueye also comes out to play. I mean, love these Game 3 comps. I mean, really excited for Fry's Wigglytuff. I mean, honestly, overall, pretty solid, but could definitely see Boozaloof getting pretty aggressive on their picks. I mean, Mamoswine and Latios, I feel like, are so strong early game. Obviously, Esport Core has some early game demons as well, but just with the way Boozaloof have been playing, it doesn't seem like they're taking their foot off the gas.
No, and that's what's gotten them to this 2-0 position. That they are on match and tournament points. Winning this game and secures them victory for the entirety of the mid-season, which would be great for your reigning champions to get another title added to their accolades and show everyone the favorites throughout the EUL.
Yup, and our producer Shivam reminded me we're on Rayquaza, so the Cinderace of it all making more sense. I honestly didn't even bat an eye to begin with, but it is the Snake Demon map, so no Regidrago in that central area, and I would be remiss if we didn't see a rip situation when that Rayquaza spawns in.
I agree with you, Bridget. You have a Cinderace, you have a Blaziken. It is game 3, and you are at tournament point. You want to let it rip at Rayquaza. Get a 3-0 sweep victory to show your domination here of the mid-season tournament. But Rework Esports Core, they still got what it takes. We've seen how this team can play from behind, and they're on top for a reason going into this weekend. Unfortunately, they did lose yesterday, suffering their first losses in the entirety of EUL for the summer.
Yeah, so both formidable teams, and Esport Core, you know, has some rip and secure of their own, but we see Traffy already down here in the bottom path, just checking things out, falling back a bit. It did look like the Esport Core jungler was heading bot as well, but no, them and the Mew are going to send 4 of their members up in the top path for a 4v2. Really tough, going to hold it down as best they can, and it seems to have paid off in spades. Buzuluf did not see this coming. This is not a strategy that Esport Core has been doing during their prior sets, so I think it really took them by surprise. Wigglytuff doing a pretty good job holding it down in the bot path, does get the berry stolen, but I think they're able to schmoove around this Pillow Swinub's moves so far, and
look at this.
Stop! That is rude. You are solo down here and you're stopping the recall is so funny.
Love it.
I love it.
Great play from Frygo there, and then was able to even dunk in some points because they completely left the bot path, and so Frygo's like, oh, okay, if you're going to do that, I'm just going to take some free points to get that in for the team. But now we see that it is, again, 3 in the bot path and 1 lone Wigglytuff trying to defend that pad. The team in Central securing a lot of control elsewhere, making sure they are continuing some leads and pushing back Oman Buzuluf the best they can.
Yeah, really amazing pivot in that early game for Esport Core. I just feel like that gave them so much XP and like positioning. Not only obviously did they get those 2 KOs up top, they were able to steal some of that jungle farm. Fry did such an amazing job holding it down on this roll out Wigglytuff, making sure no one can even come close to those birds. We have a big push from Esport Core down in this bottom path now, but Mamoswine gonna go ahead and steal the decision why he's able to get out of dodge, and I think it's gonna force the rest of Esport Core to back it up a bit. Pillswine, or Vaporeon, excuse me, does fall, but I think the rest of the team is going to be okay for now.
Those kicks out of Nacho, absolutely destroying health bars right now. And I love Qatar's Ice Fangs constantly finding the perfect target to get out of position. It's very similar to what Qatar was doing earlier when playing on that Blastoise, just finding these great ways of kind of making space for the team. And honestly, this is why I like seeing more Mamoswine. Even in Piloswine, you can do so much.
Oh yeah, the value of Mamoswine is truly like getting the Ice Fang. Obviously, the evolution and the Unite move is nice, but it's definitely not the star of its kit. We do have some skirmishes happening in that middle area, as it looks like both teams are starting to come up top. It's going to be Yvettal who secures that for Buzuluf. Rework Esport Core got pretty close, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. They still have 3 members up top. Situai Unite move to make sure they don't come close to this Alecki. They're going to try to fight it off, stall a bit for the rest of the team to get there, but it's going to be Buzuluf who has 5 men up there first, and that Alecki walks in.
These are great plays from Oman Buzuluf, constantly putting pressure, but the answer out of Rework Esports Core, they get rid of Blaziken, and they are chasing further, but you cannot chase when you're getting outranged. That Buzzpole gets melted before even getting close to the opponent.
Yeah, I mean, just not enough HP to withstand all of that burst out of Yvettal. Kind of a bit of a reset here for both squads. Both members have people lurking up in that top half since both of those tier 1s are up, but Buzuluf putting a lot of priority on this bottom objective. I can't remember which one is spawning in the bottom. Oh, it's Rayquaza. It's always Alecki in the bottom. Haha.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's Lucky, so gonna have, oh no, it's Regirock.
I don't know how anything works. It's a Regirock.
I thought it was, hey, I was on your side too. I thought it was that way as well, but the Regirock gonna be picked up quickly by Oman Buzuluf. Well, Rework Esports Core get rid of the top pad, take in a microscopic lead for themselves in terms of points, but I gotta give a lot of credit over to Oman Buzuluf with how they're moving around the map. As you can see, that rotation finding Azalito by themselves, and that Vaporeon could not defend. Right as we are about to have another Reggie spawn in the top path, Mew trying to get some damage onto the Velto, but they smash back the Mammoth with the knock-knock, keeping his own control around their pad, forcing Omon Boozaloof on the run.
Yeah, really great answer from Esport Core there. Just totally stopped that push, and now they have their priority on this Reggie Alecki, which is going to be walking towards Boozaloof's tier 2. Doesn't look like they're really going to be pushing it much. In fact, they're falling back quite a bit, probably trying to get those yellow dots off their map as Alito. Just going to hold space down in the bottom path, see what's going on down here, if there is any opportunity to sneak a little cap in, but it might be a bit of a skirmish in this central area as both teams are trying to find the other.
And for Rework Esports Core, they need to get some XP now. They're a little bit far behind in this one as they try to fight in the top path. Getting rid of Blaziken sure is going to help. Volto is chasing a Voltol and getting rid of him. So now 2 down, and it's both for the Buzzwall. And nice zone control for Rework Esports Core. A minute left until we have that Rayquaza while they take the points lead.
Huge, cheeky little dunk from you on the Mew, but I gotta say, this Esport Core team is looking really solid as we get closer to this Rayquaza. I mean, revenge on this Decidueye, especially as we've gotten into this late game, has been pretty nice with these long-range snipes, so we're gonna see who is able to get the secure in the bottom path. It does look like Boozaloof is backing off quite a bit. All 5 members of Esport Core are on this Reggie Steel. Got a little scary, but does go to Esport Core. They're going to have a huge damage buff for this endgame fight.
Yeah, I thought for a second that Omon Boozaloof were actually going to steal that with that kick, but not quite in time to be able to get that as we are at Rayquaza. Both teams looking for control. A little bit of a lead experience-wise over to Omon Boozaloof, but not by much. Now has been equated. And with Rayquaza having spawn, you can see they're trying to get the rotation. They're looking for the Volto, getting rid of the carry, and it's down to Rayquaza, secured by Rework Esports Core. They will not go quietly in this tournament. They are looking for their first win and keep their tournament hopes alive in the grand finals.
Really, really fun Ray flip there, especially if you're Esport Core. I'm not even sure what it was, but Boozaloof was really grouped up in that pit, and something chunked damage out of like 4 of them, and with like the Mew snipes, the Decidueye snipes, I'm like, one of them launched something that chunked quite a few members down on Boozaloof, and it just felt like it was Esport Core's fight from there on out. 60k damage, gonna be the most in this game out of revenge on that Decidueye. It looked really, really clean into this comp.
And I like that was a great play from Revenge on the Decidueye. Gotta give a lot of credit to you on Mew as well, not just for the rhyming schematic, but also with how they played. I think you hit the nail on the head. The burst damage that you have from both the Decidueye and Mew, hard to tell exactly which one was getting that huge chunk in that last fight, but I think it was a Solar Beam with a Spirit Shackle at the same time that just nuked the health bars. And then my hero in this game is Frygo. That earlier play, I talked about how TTAR, the 1v5 Blastoise play, helped make sure that they completely mitigated any snowball potential out of Rework Esports Core. I think the same thing was here with Frygo on that Wigglytuff. The 1v3 in the bot path while the team's getting so much objective control stopped what normally would be that powerful play from Omon Boozaloof and never really gave him that window to start carrying and start snowballing out of control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see in this end game fight up here, like Vaporeon and Wiggly are attached to their Decidueye here. I think it was a Mew beam that chunked them all. Now we have the Decidueye Unite.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, raining down. And I did notice during like the mid game, Boozaloof was really, really grouped up, and it seemed like they kept that in to this end game. Here we can see the final seconds of this. Ray is so dramatic. Oh my gosh, calm down.
Right? But
Just
oh man,
screaming.
It got so close there too. Like literally right there in pixels where it could have been stolen by Oman Buzlu. Here sweep in this tournament, but does not do so. REC find themselves a victory in game 3, meaning we are going to a 4th one between these two. Glad to see that. I didn't want to see the sweep out of this one. I wanted to see more action. I want to see if we can even have a potential for a reverse sweep out of Rework Esports Core.
You did say you wanted the game 5. I'm excited to still be here, obviously, with it being the fearless of it all. Like, it's just gonna get crazier and crazier from here on out, as if those last comps weren't a little silly goofy. But I feel like, especially now that's like, okay, we've run through all the maps, like, your Decidueyes and your Cinderaces are much more ideal for a Rayquaza type situation than perhaps the other maps. So it's like, now that we've filled all of those niches, here we go for the game number 4.
Game 4.
Yes.
Grand Finals Mid-Season Invitational for EUL. We are seeing a Meowth ban, which definitely surprises me. But again, we are getting pretty deep into the pockets of both teams where you're really having to figure out what you want to play, and seeing Suicune and Umbreon still being banned. No surprises there, but one that does surprise me is that it was looking like that Surfetch. They opt not to ban anything at all. And I was going to say the Surfetch is something I'm surprised we haven't even seen touch today.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, that all-arounder bruiser position is so crowded with a lot of different options. And I could see, like...
Nice Clefable.
Yeah, the Clefable priority is nice. It's so fun. It's like, how many supports are even left at this point? I guess it's Comfey.
Yeah, I guess no one has played I don't know. I'm more surprised that no one has played Comfey yet. That's more really the surprise. Same with Sylveon. There's certain picks that I'm more just surprised to see, because I would have thought they would have been played far sooner. But other picks, such as this Darkrai that gets locked in for me, Phil, not too surprised.
Yeah, Darkrai's always been a bit of an interesting one. It does seem like it's fallen out of favor quite a bit compared to about like 8-9 months ago, probably even more recent than that. But it feels like, for lack of a better term, like a sleeper pick. Like, teams who know how to use it really make it work well, but it does have a natural enemy in the Miraidon.
Yeah, that Miraidon doing a lot of damage from range, and even having this Galarian Rapidash picked up by Frygo, and Nachos onto the Metagross. We saw this earlier, and it did a great job. Pikachu being the attacker for Traffy. That's something I haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, there were recent Pikachu buffs, I think. I'm not super privy on all of the changes here, but I think they were recent enough that it matters. I've always been a bit of a Pikachu defender, but it's an attacker, but I've been a defender about the Pikachu. So I am excited to see it in action. I mean, I guess it's not the worst team to Volt Tackle into, but I mean, the Volt Tackle could be really valuable with the horse, but the horse is hard to doesn't it get unstoppable when it's running fast?
I believe so.
I think
it's hindrance resistant.
Hindrance resistance.
Yeah, so not quite unstoppable, but the thing that really I'm more afraid of for the side of Oman Buzlu is that Garchomp. Garchomp up against a Metagross. Both of them very good at the late game stages, wanting these big fights with a lot of people surrounding them. I'm really curious to see how each of them is going to tackle those situations, because if either have even a small lead, that could be it. That it can come down to just which one of them between Garchomp and Metagross has the lead. That's the team that's going to win.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to see what build this Clefairy goes as well, because I do know Gravity got a little bit of a buff. Its cast time is a lot quicker, so it's a bit easier to react, catch those like dash mons coming in on your carry. So excited to see if that makes any of a difference when trying to deal with this Garchomp specifically. So excited for these fun Game 4 comps in our grand finals.
And we'll see if it is going to be the final game as Oman Buzaloof up 2-1 in the series. Rework Esports Core were able to bounce back in Game 3. They got to keep that momentum going into Game 4 and make sure that they are still taking that lead and not falling behind, especially if they want to ride high on the back of that Garchomp.
Yeah, and Esports Core, I'm just now like processing their team comp. They sent Sylveon into the jungle. Gible and Miraidon were bot side. We have no tank.
Yep.
A Comfey, 2 supports, and the Gible. So, I mean, it's not, look, I mean, they just won the bottom engage. Obviously, they did have the numbers advantage like Buzaloof has up in the top side to kind of tit for tat in terms of these lanes, but it's not working, and a Sylveon that is getting fed early game has jungle buffs. I mean, not the most fun thing to deal with. We are going to see Buzaloof try their best to keep their jungle to themselves. I think I don't know who got that. I thought it was Metagross.
No,
it could have been Sylveon.
I think it went to Nachos. Nachos was able to get that one.
Okay.
And now over the red buff, it looks like it is going to be Revenge getting that one, but the aggression here from Nachos nearly taking him down. And has the backup of Meatfill, but Meatfill opting not to go for it once they noticed that there was a Rapidash alongside.
Yeah, the Darkrai pathing down, seeing them just going right back up was kind of classic comedy. Rework Esports Core picking up a KO on the Lapras, looking like the Drago is going to be there. If there is a Clefairy, oh, good job, Clef. I'm just a Clefairy fan. I don't even know who's piloting it.
And Baka on that Clefable, picking
good job.
The Regidrago against the Rapidash, as there's an engage from Pikachu, trying to start it all off, but unfortunately for them, they forgot about the Rapidash, who's starting to gallop over them and to go all the way into the Flux Zone. That Fable doing their best to try to survive, but it was only a matter of time before REC pick up the victory in that fight and take out the bot path.
Yeah, this like little trio, this like princess trio is looking really nasty. I mean, the stuns off of that Galarian Rapidash, is it Smart Strike when they dive in? Whatever the one they dive in is, they kind of stun the guy before popping off of them. Kind of enables that Sylveon to just hyper voice on top of them, and it was doing a lot of damage. Esports Core able to get the Regishield down bot. Meanwhile, Buzaloof doing a good job just kind of trading, not being where Esports Core is in a sense, and finding value on other places on the map.
Which is exactly what they need to do. They got to get to these later stages of the game. When you have something like Metagross, you want to make sure you're scaling well. And so far, Nachos does have a small little experience lead over the Garchomp competition. But the problem is dealing with other players. Getting some damage onto Revenge is going to be a great start. The Lapras will take the credit for it. But now with the Compute and Crush, look to see if they can crush Frygo, who's gotten back to the pad, has the shields to stay safe away from Oman Buzaloof. But you can tell that Oman Buzaloof want to get more. They're just too afraid. They knew there was some backup, and once you showed up, they knew that it was over.
Yeah, I mean, Esports Core just ran into one too many members from the side of Buzaloof to really be able to handle that. The Comfey Unite move was really key in making sure that the Gapadash could escape, and now each team has one of their tier 1 goals ends up. Esport Core looking to make a move on the top side. It's currently a 4v2 situation, but Lapras is nearby for Buzaluf to potentially help out here, but it's going to be the tank and the support. They're going to need some damage down here, and that's what Metagross is here to do. Unite moves are popping off for the Garchomp, but they're gonna get KO'd by the myriad of Unite moves coming out from Buzaluf. However, Metagross does fall along with a Pikachu, and it's Sylveon cleaning up shop right now.
There's hard for them to fight that one when you have to deal Sylveon having Pumpay, clearing Rapidash too, and then suddenly Miraidon's damage. Just zapping them all low every single time. And with the lead, REC nearly taking out the top path, but it is going to be Compute and crushed with the Darkrai backing them up. They got rid of Sylveon, and they're chasing onto the Rapidash. But now that Volto's shown up, they might want to stop any further play.
Yeah, almost a good zoning Unite move out of that Comfey. It's just kind of not fun to fight the enemy team while they're getting healed up by those flowery fields forever. We do have that Regieleki walking toward Resport Core's tier 2. Meanwhile, they are ripping this Reg Ice, looking like they're gonna get it for free. Clef has other plans, trying to get some points in down bot.
Getting some points, using Follow Me, trying to get away, but there's only so much you can do. The Clefable had to give up their own life, but the bigger thing was getting that Regieleki and pushing it pretty far in trade for the Reg Ice. Now onto Regidrago. They're trying their best to maintain control around it, but everyone from Rework Esports Core has shown up to take it. It is going to be Pikachu, though, who got it, and now with the Dragon Rush into the back line, they're doing their best to try to get some damage, but it was still Darkrai to get rid of the Garchomp. Hyper Boy's doing a lot of damage, but nobody falling yet for the side of Oman Buzaluf, and they've got the backup now with Nachos and Trappy. Trappy looking for that Sylveon. Hyper Voice has been put down. You can't heal up enough when surrounded on all fronts as they lose out on that fight. Oman Buzaluf come out strong.
Yeah, they needed that engage. I feel like levels were not in their favor about 45 seconds ago. And now they are looking really, really nice, especially that Metagross. It's like hard for me to, I'm like, who is melting on the side of Buzaluf? Because like I just keep seeing the Lapras and the Clef, but I think Nachos and the Pikachu are actually putting in quite a bit of work. Darkrai, he's always underground. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm sure it's helpful.
He's doing sneaky things, but I gotta say with you, that Pikachu, Traffy actually doing a great job with this Pikachu, and the damage that is being unleashed by that little mouse is doing a lot more than I think Rework Esports Core we're ready for.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Buzaluf is in position. It is the Groudon spawning in. At this point, it looks like Rapidash is on that little Pikachu, forces its Unite move out. He is out of this fight. Was able to get a lot of damage off, but double KO for the Garchomp. 3 KOs for the Chomp. And I mean, Metagross and Darkrai are zoned out. Metagross coming in, does get the KO on that Rapidash, but it is a 2v1 situation. He gets it! He gets it!
Volto, right as Groudon is picked up to Traffy too late. You can even make it, a Hexa on that one because 6 kills going Volto's way. And now the points dunked in. We are going the full mile. Rework Esports Core on their reverse sweep train as they have taken the lead. Of course, 1 minute still on the clock. Anything can happen for Oman Buzaluf. They can pull off another miracle themselves as they look for another fight. Charge Beam doing some damage to Qatar, who's been separated from the rest of the team with the meteors crashing around them. Mbok instead getting the attention. Follow me, follow them back to the base. But the dunks and the points picked up by Rework Esports Core as they fight underneath the pad. Thunderstorm has been popped. The Charge Beam absolutely eviscerating Oman Buzaluf from core and 4.
That defense was so good from Buzaloof. Obviously, they didn't have enough juice in the tank to get it done for like 20 more seconds, but really, really commendable job of like fending them off as long as they did, with the Groudon buffs, with the goal zones being anti-healing. Forget exactly what it does. Not anti-heal, not the word, but you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. They aren't healing them. They did a really, really good job. And Volto, I was even thinking like during the game, I'm like, Volto's having like a pretty quiet game. Like it feels like everyone else is like really like been the star so far, but Volto just was saving all of it for that end game fight because they put the Comfey and the team on their back.
It was the late game scaling Garchomp where you're surviving. You're in survival mode through 90% of the game. Just about those late game fights around something like Groudon that you were waiting for. And Volto stepped up to the plate and hit a grand slam with that Penta as well.
Yeah, I mean, just such a fun endgame to get to see. I mean, here we have, I feel like, who was running the game for the first 8 minutes. Sylveon, Galarian Rapidash, and Comfey were just such a strong trio to deal with. Here we have this mid-game skirmish kind of from all angles. It was a bit of back and forth. Garchomp almost goes down, has to Unite move just to stay alive, does get a lot of damage, but ends up getting KO'd. And then it looks like Buzaloof's gonna be having the momentum, but just kidding, there is a Sylveon and a Miraidon there waiting for them, and Esport Core ends up on top there.
And not just ending up on top, they have brought us to Game 5. They are one game away from the reverse sweep victory in this grand finals. We asked for them to find that momentum, find whatever is left, and channel it into these games. And they have done so beautifully to bring us to the precipice of an ultimate victory, taking down the reigning champions with just one final game ahead of both of them.
Yeah, I hope they're feeling very accomplished because they're kind of both out of their minds during this set. This back and forth has been nuts. I mean, here we have the beginnings of the Volto Penta. I mean, honestly, Metagross getting in there was doing a lot of work. Darkrai picks up a KO as well, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, Comfey even staying alive here just to make sure Volto is protected no matter what through the end. So, really, really good stuff, but I think we're officially at the bottom of the barrel in terms of what is left to play in this video game.
That's what I was about to say. We are at Game 5, and they have to really dig deep. They had to already dig deep in Game 4, but now what is left that they can play going into Game 5? Right now, Rework Esports, they're riding high on the potential reverse sweep, but Buzaloof, this is a team of veterans. They've been around the scene for a long time, and you better bet they've got a deep Pokemon pool that they can pull from.
I know. I'm so excited. I'm like, what is left? And it's like, okay, not only what is left, obviously we just saw Esport Core. They were only running Comfey technically as any classic tank and support pick. So it's like, are there any tanks left? Are there any supports left? What are the backup picks there? Not only that, but like, what is the other team playing? What is going to be good into them? What is going to work well together on our side? I mean, it's a lot of variables, and I'm excited to see where they land.
Something surprising that has been making its way through, I think, is that Typhlosion, if I recall. I don't think Typhlosion has been picked. There's Umbreon as well that's been permanently banned. There's always the opportunity a team lets that through, but that's a powerful one to let through at this stage. So I highly doubt we're going to see that.
Oh, we just got information.
So this is the second time we're having a best of 5 with the Fearless draft, where we are figuring out some stuff with this one. We are going to figure out what is played. And look, I'm not saying that it's a bad idea. Maybe I'm saying it's a good idea. There is Cramorant available, guys. You can always play the bird. The bird's pretty good.
I will say I was watching the Toon Slim Unite stream, and he was playing in-houses, and he was playing Cramorant.
It's pretty good.
They definitely won the game, so I don't know what that means, but you might see it at Worlds.
Hey, I'm just saying, Cramorant's pretty good. You just got to give it a chance. So, and what I'm saying is there wasn't a single Game 5 in ACL. Last time the best of 5 was played Fearless, it was EULM. That was the last time we had a best of 5 go Game 5. It's been quite some time.
Yeah, and I think ACL was only like half Fearless, so it was only the Mons your team picked were not allowed, whereas we're doing
the
full Fearless, full murder draft. So it's a little more intense and a little more fun. So I'm sure these teams are devising what strategies they can, because you are right. Like, the things that have been perma-picked, you could let them through and see what happens. There's also obviously some supports and tanks left if they don't ban them.
Mr. Mime's available.
Mr. Mime is available. We have seen some Mime today, at least one Mime. So we shall see. The guys remaining off the board are going to be Mega Charizard Y, Umbreon, Slowbro, and Meowth perhaps again.
And then Trevenant, too. So really hitting at those defenders and trying to make it as difficult as possible. What do we got? We got Gutra. We've got Greedent that you can play. Ho-Oh. You're really digging deep for these defenders on what you want to play. I'm not even talking about the supporters like you were mentioning there, Bridget. There's really not much available in terms of supporters, so that's why we're even seeing a very early Gardevoir hover. I would have been surprised if that was picked. Zacian makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, could be a prio pick in like a normal game, Zacian. I was kind of like, what is the priority pick here? But Zacian making a lot of sense. Yes, Typhlosion made it through, got scooped up fast from Esport Core. They have been running a lot of double attacker type compositions, but Meganium, I do not think I've seen a Meganium in comp ever. So I'm excited. I love Meganium.
Me too. I have not ever seen one in comp either. So seeing that picked here alongside the Gen 2 starter in Typhlosion, very fun to see. They got that synergy going on, but for Omon Boozloof, Ho-Oh was what they drafted for that frontline tank with what I imagine it's probably going to be the Scyther there, not the Scizor for Traffy. Usually ends up going for Scyther with Mewtwo X for Voltal and that Mr. Mime.
Yeah, I'm liking so far, I guess, both these drafts, but especially Esport Core. Mega Gyarados, who I know Unite API has. Okay, Dura's broken, so it's kind of GG's.
I like it.
Yeah, this is fun. Mega Gyarados is really interesting to me because I feel like, didn't normal Gyarados just get buffed? And wasn't Mega Gyarados like last in win rate like recently? I don't know. It's probably a lot better in comp. And Unite API is like compromised since of the whole username situation. So I don't know what it means. I just know Mega Gyarados was not on my bingo card necessarily. I do like the Esport Core comp.
Yeah.
I like both these comps. It looks like Brock is going to be playing like maybe a support A9, maybe that Aurora Veil kind of situation. Yeah, Traffy must be Scythering.
That's what I'm imagining. if you go for Scyther here, you have a really good tool of kind of dealing with that Duraludon as well. Something that is willing to get up close and personal to try to get rid of Duraludon before any kind of setup can happen. But very interesting comps. And this is what I love about the Fearless draft, that it really does make you kind of scratch your head on what are they going to do. And with Omon Boozloof, we haven't seen Ho-Oh for quite some time after the wave of many, many nerfs that got levied towards that Pokemon. So now seeing that played here as really one of the few defenders that was left available in such a critical match. It is Game 5, tournament for both teams. Omon Boozloof, you're off the new Rework Esports Core. Both of them ready to battle. Only one will come out the champions.
Yeah, I am excited to see both of these comps at work. We have the Mime already putting out lots of whammage, but Ho-Oh able to defend their little Magikarp so far. But you gotta kind of keep the pressure on when you have Magikarp staring at you in lane. You want to make sure it takes him as long as possible to get that evolution.
Yeah, because the longer you can make that, it makes it a little bit easier for yourself when dealing with Gyarados, who is going to be quite scary once online. Usually is, as we see Trappy trying to steal away tons from Rework Esports Core, but then the walls got put up, forced the eject button away, narrowly escaping.
Yeah, really good escape from Traffy. Could have looked bad otherwise. Revenge putting out a lot of damage with the Dura, but Ho-Oh is back in action to provide some more of that front line in this 3v3. The birds are gone, and it doesn't look like either team is looking to continue the fight, at least down here. We do have both of these junglers up top. Revenge getting Scyther on 1 HP, but able to escape way out of range for that Dura to chase.
Narrowly making out of that one. That could have been a good momentum boost for Rework Esports Core if the Duraludon could have gotten the knockout onto Scyther. But Scyther making it out means Omon Boozloof perfectly content. You can even see hitting level 7 for that Scyther. All slicing their way through. The Sword Dog takes down Mewtwo and then looks for that Bayleaf, who barely gets back to the pad to heal up just a little bit.
Yeah, that Zacian A9 lane is pretty nasty, so not surprising to see them having a pretty good time. We do have Gyarados online as well for Boozloof, so all of their members are online already. Esport Core opting for some more late game scalers, at least in that Typhlosion. Still working on getting Meganium on the board, but once Meganium hits like what, level 7, it has its Unite move, so it will be online pretty fast.
Exactly. So a great supporter to when you have that early Unite move that can help with the team. But you got to have the team backing you up, because when you don't, you can see how much damage that poor Bailey just takes from just a little bit of damage out of M-Bomb.
Yeah, I mean, definitely don't have the levels on the side of Esport Core that Boozloof has been able to find. They already got that level 9 on the Scyther, which is going to just do so much damage in these early fights. Mewtwo gets KO'd while Esport Core was trying to make a play for this Regirock, but there it is, that Scissor U Scyther Unite move takes out the Mime, clears out space, and this Regirock going to Boozloof.
And this is where it is looking a bit dicey for that reverse sweep momentum that Rework Esports Core had going into this game. Omon Boozloof definitely feeling angry over the last 2 games, and they are looking to play aggressive early on, constantly making play after play. What has gotten them here to the finals in the first place has been that aggression.
Yeah, I mean, a Scyther-Zacian combo, it feels like in a Game 5 of a Fearless draft, is looking really, really nasty. They got this Reggie Alecki bot side too, and this Typhlosion has just not really been able to get online revenge. Doing what they can with that Duraludon Unite move, but just not enough. And Boozeloof looking demonic in this game so far.
Yeah, they are absolutely dominating. If you weren't watching the rest of the series, you would honestly think that this was a one-sided series with how incredibly aggressive that we've been seeing Oman Boozeloof play in this game. It feels like Rework Esports Core used everything in their power just to get to this game, but now they have run out of steam.
Yeah, I just feel like these drafts are tough. I mean, like I know I already said it, the Zacian Scyther is just looking so powerful into what Esport Core was like, you know, decided to pick, but very limited options on what they could pick, and only at the halfway point in this game if they focus on getting these levels up, kind of being a bit more patient, getting Boozeloof to make a mistake, overextend in the wrong place. It could easily swap the other way. And I mean, they have all 5 of their members up in this top path. It does look like Boozeloof is sending the rest of their team there, but Ho-Oh taking a lot of damage. The A9 is down, and this could be the shift that they need, but Typhlosion falls. We have the Dura Unite move coming out. Oh, Boozeloof is so low, but Mega Gyarados is here, and look at how fast they're able to take over.
For a second, just a second, it looked like Rework Esports Core had it, but unfortunately, this is what happens when you are under-leveled. Getting hit by the experience that you just didn't have enough to get the damage necessary to find the knockouts, and Oman Boozeloof completely turned that fight on its head.
Yeah, I mean, the level gap is painful for sure, especially on that Mewtwo X. I mean, desperately need him, Mime, and Megadium to be out in front, and they just really can't sustain any or not much damage, at least not enough for Dura and Typhlosion to get these KOs. It is looking a little better, at least for these carries. Big damage coming in, though. I mean, Dura doing what they can, but they're just not able to handle the damage that Boozeloof has drafted.
All of that hard work, they ran out of steam at the finish line as Oman Boozeloof find themselves 300 points already in the lead. Not a single one for REC has been picked up. All hope now put on to if they can secure themselves that final stretch, if they can get the Groudon away from Oman Boozeloof.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely gonna be tough. Revenge just ticked in to that level 13, which does help a lot for those stuns in that big circle dragon.
The revolving ruin. Yeah.
Yep, the big circle. He will hit even harder this time around, but the tank pseudo supports being level 10 is gonna be pretty tough. Only 5 seconds remain, and Gyarados jumping right into all 5 members. He is a Gyarados, though. He has the backup of the Zacian, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Scyther able to grab into the back line, get the KO on the Dura. A9 falls as well. Typhlosion going in, getting big KOs. Almost KO'd the Ho-Oh, but they got their Unite move off, rezzing the Gyarados, and they're still in this fight.
The Ho-Oh bringing back the fallen team and saying, we ain't done with this one.
Wow.
They will pick up the Groudon. They will pick up the win. Your champions yet again, Oman Boozeloof. They stumbled for just a bit, but they figured it out when it matters the most.
That was like the first time I've seen a Ho-Oh use its Unite move and it like matter that much. Because if they were about to get blown up by that Typhlosion and then to like totally like negate the Typhlosion damage, get the Gyarados back up, and just keep everyone alive was really impressive. Esport Core looking to at least dunk the money that they got. They don't have any shields, but they know a lot of members from Boozaloof are not here, so might as well do what they can.
It's got to be a miracle, though, because with 25 seconds left on the clock, they got to get these knockouts and points dunked in. They have been able to find some of the knockouts, but the backup from that Duraludon giving them away. But now the recalls as Ho-Oh and Zacian back in the fight find a double knockout for themselves and make sure they keep this game. Oman Boozaloof, they won last time for EUL. They start off the mid-season invitational with a victory lap and another championship to their name.
So much fun to have this go to a game 5. I mean, it feels like Boozaloof left some picks in the tank, and it definitely paid off for them in this game 5. Really, really good stuff. And I mean, Esport Core did phenomenal. Like, how do you think through the draft line of the Game 5 of Fear? You know, it's just, there's too many variables for you to really, like, plan this far into a draft like this. So they did what they could and honestly looked pretty good in that endgame fight. I'll give it to them.
To me, what's so unfortunate for Rework Esports Core is if they had played the early game a little bit better, if they hadn't lost out on some of those early fights, they probably win this game. They were so close from winning this game, even when massively far behind, that if they had just had a couple things go their way early on, it probably would have been the reverse sweep that we were talking about and talking about the victory of Rework Esports Core. But that's the power of Oman Boozaloof. This team, they are veterans. They understand, they learn, they adapt so well when it's these situations. And when the pressure is on, they always step up.
Yeah, exactly. They never lose sight of the win con, even in lower bracket, even in the game 5 of Grands. They still see the path to victory, and honestly, it says a lot. Also, shout out to Mbach, 100K on the A9. Feel like I didn't see any of it, but great. not in a shady way, and like my fault kind of way, but really nasty stuff from everyone in this game. Really,
the Alolan Ninetales is one of those Pokemon that does such great consistent damage that you don't notice it because the rest of the team is just following off the back of that consistent damage to find the cleanup to finish what had been started by the A9. And so Mbach playing very well in that one. Traffy, great on the Scyther too. Followed up by Mephil on this Mega Gyarados that was incredibly scary. You just watch him run down the back line and try to get rid of Azalito's Meganium, get rid of the Typhlosion, be a menace to Revenge. Honestly, just impressed by Oman Boozaloof's Game 5.
Yeah, it was a really, really fun one. I mean, play of the game for me was TTAR getting that Ho-Oh, other HO Pokemon Unite move that just really, like, sealed the deal, I feel like, for Boozaloof. So, and getting a Ho-Oh Unite move that good is so rare because it's so antithetical to what Ho-Oh as a Pokemon, like, your tank should be getting KO'd first, not like after your carry. So it's so difficult to get a good one. And I really appreciated it. Really great stuff.
It truly was the game-winning rekindling flame. Like, I've never seen a Ho-Oh's Unite be that important. It was game-winning because at that point, that was Rework Esports Core making the miraculous play. They had done it. They had toppled these incredibly difficult mons to take out. The Zacian was gone. The Mega Gyarados was down. Scyther was down. And within an instant, all of that was erased by TTAR's rekindling flame. And they got so close from even stopping that. Had they gotten that knockout in time onto Ho-Oh, they wouldn't have even had the rekindling flame to get back into this game. It just worked out perfectly for Oman Buzloof to secure themselves this game victory.
Yeah, 100%. Here we have, it's just like, I feel like these fights are, Esport Core has an opening, they have something swinging in their direction, but Buzloof just, like, puts out so much damage, and I'm sure a lot of it's coming from Mbok just, like, poking and pushing them with all of their ice moves out of that A9. I mean, just always lurking in the shadows. Here we have the beginning of this fight, which was kind of horrifying. It starts off with the engage, and then we have that Scyther coming in to the back line to really punish that Dura, and then we have this other fight in this middle area where it's looking like Esport Core is going to come clean up on TTAR and Mega Gyarados, and here we have the proc where they get the Gyarados, they almost get the Ho-Oh, and then I guess when it enters its Unite animation, it just doesn't take the damage. It is so evil.
And that Gyarados they had just gotten gets brought back in, and the turnaround where they're like, oh, we're all back in the fight, let's go get that crowd on, as we have just completely wiped out Rework Esports Core, and they won. They are your champions again, back to back, and they are looking to see if in EUL they can continue that momentum. But absolutely amazing out of Oman Buzloof and to have this Game 5 victory.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from Buzloof and Esport Core. Great job to all of the teams who have been playing in the league. I believe we're going to have an updated standing really quick with these tourney results weighed in. I don't know if, I guess these mattered. I'm not sure. The game wins counted to the points in the middle. Okay. That makes sense. I realized I started talking and I was like, I don't know.
That makes a lot of sense,
so
though,
it is.
Because looking at the points, that plus 13 with only a 3-1 record, you only get that from winning like you do there. And Rework Esports Core at plus 12 too. Great for these teams to really get that boost in the standings and start to see if they can separate themselves from the rest of the packs. Vaporeon haters, unfortunately, falling in the lower bracket to Oman Buzloof. They still at least got a decent amount of points. Diff having to drop out, so they don't get nearly as many either. But looking towards the bottom of the standing, Nasty Family, just at the +1, not really gaining anything from the tournament. Electro Drifters, TTAR, Power Rangers in the same kind of boat.
Yeah, really kind of fun to see Buzloof and Esport Core surpass Vaporeon haters, despite Vaporeon haters having a perfect record. That's why these tourney formats are so fun for this mixed in with the league format too. So yeah, more games to come for the second half of the league.
Yeah, and for the second half of the league, we kind of have our little thoughts of what we expect from the teams and what we're going to think of these teams now that we have a tournament like this. Rework Esports Core, obviously, going to be one of your new favorites at the top of the standings and one that we're expecting great things going forward. They face off against Vaporeon haters. And then we have Oman Buzloof, our winners of the midseason, taking on TTAR, a team that has been struggling in the standings so far. They did manage to pick up a win against the Electro Drifters, so at least they have something. They know that they're capable of picking up these wins, and I'd love to see how they can deal with such a powerful team like Oman Buzloof as Electro Drifters, a team that didn't get any series wins, but they did take a game off of Diff. They'll face off against Power Rangers, and to round it off, we have Nasty Family facing off against Diff.
Yeah, those are the upcoming games for 1 week from today, August 1st. So, yeah, I think that's all we have for you guys today. Magical, it's been very fun casting with you. We had some exciting games, especially those grands, but
oh, yeah.
Anything you want to conclude with?
No, just want to say thank you to everyone out there watching. Thank you to production. Shiv, doing an amazing job as usual to put on these amazing events for the EUL. Love being able to cast these games and casting more Unite. You know, the future has been a bit uncertain with Unite, but being able to still do these things and have the community rally around it to show that they are still strong, still doing something awesome like this. I'll do what I can to continue to help out the community.
Yay, grassroots. It's all we have. But yeah, thank you guys. Just echoing everything Magical said, and we shall be back next week. Thank you guys.